Wiki Buddy, how are you all doing today? Hello, Rocket. Hello, anybody who is lurking or watching the VOD. Hope you all are having a good Wednesday. Yes, it is Wednesday.
Man, I have consistent streams and I still forget what day it is.
But yes, I'm excited to continue back with Umineko. I feel
like we're like pretty close to the end of the chapter that we're on. Or the episode that we're on. I don't know. I keep calling it chapters, but they're episodes, but like they're kind of like chapters. I don't know. Yeah, that is a very interesting headcanon you have. It's just the secret is just like I'm not actually a dragon. I'm a bee boy in disguise. Can you imagine?
Okay, let me go ahead and get Umineko open. Oh, cool.
I, for some reason, didn't expect it to immediately be set up already, but then it's just like, well, we did play it last time. So that just makes sense. Add that to the list of stuff I called you. Right. Either a lich dragon or an insect.
Okay, let's just go on over here. But yes,
after last week's stream, I had a theory, and I might have accidentally very, very, very minimally spoiled myself on something, but like it was something that I was having a feeling of. With what they were showing us last time. Like a very, very minimal spoiler, but like, I don't know.
Anyway. But yes, I'm excited.
For a recap, the last thing that happened, Canon lost the duel against Shannon, and also Beatrice got disqualified because Battler was, locked in a room. But it's implied that Beatrice was the one who went to go and save him from the room. Because, all the people that were just playing dead were actually, killed by Erika. She kind of went the extra mile with that. Tale is not a tale of two parts. It's full of your heart and guts. Oh no! Oh no! Is that where those go? Is that where the heart is on insects? Are they in the thorax? I guess that makes sense.
Okay. Let me see. Okay.
Sorry, I was looking at the sound and it's like, am I quieter this time around? I don't know.
The marriage ceremony ended without any problems, and the reception was held inside the cathedral. As the goat demons partied raucously.
I don't know. I feel like I've never seen that word. There's so many words that this series has introduced me to.
Delanar could be seen leaning against a pillar, trying to escape from the noise. Then Gertrude appeared and whispered some kind of report to her. Is that true? Allow me to speak. Aide Cornelia is currently heading towards the scene. I suggest that Lady Erika be contacted as well. Understood. I will tell her. Gertrude, contact the head of ceremony security. Prepare for the battle. As you wish. Oh, thank you.
My goodness. Every time it's past 12 months, it's just like, really?
But thank you for the resub, Lisa. How are you doing? I apologize for interrupting your chat. I am in charge of security for the ceremony.
Huh? Is it me? Or, wait, what did you say? Okay, I am in charge. Okay, is it me? Do you want something?
I told you I told you were going too far. Champagne tower bowling was always in bad taste. Looks like it's time for a scolding.
Hey, burn! Hey, what's going on? Did I do something wrong?
The reception desk has received an envelope from an unknown sender addressed to Lady Lembadelta.
I always ignore anonymous calls and letters. Just throw it away.
Me? Roughly, yes, but insects have an open vascular system, so that's where the heart equivalents are. Oh, okay, interesting. Good, making pizza noise. I just had some leftover pizza.
But please look at this.
What's that? Did you tell anyone you received this?
No, only the two sisters at the reception desk and I know. They have already been ordered to keep silent. The instant she saw the envelope, Lembadelta snatched it away and lowered her voice.
Birkenstell had walked away and was apparently making fun of Erica. Byrne and, of course, Erica were both drunk. If they were left alone, they'd probably forget about this. It's true that this envelope has no sender written on it. However, the seal done on it in gold leaf fulfills the same purpose. This seal is... Lembadelta hid behind a pillar, ripped the envelope open, took out its contents, and read them. Her eyes instantly started to glint, and she smiled like a kid who'd just thought of a nasty trick. What is to be done? The sniper team is carrying Rite of Warheads. If you give your permission, I will give the order to load them.
What are you talking about? Do you realize how important these guests are? If a stray bullet hits one of these attendants, all of the new Chester sisters will be sent straight to the factory to the guillotine for the next 10 years.
Understood. We will intercept with regular warheads. Shall we post watches around the Seven Sisters of Purgatory?
Why would we need those? After all, the Seven Stakes are battlers, and now Erica's furniture. Why would we post watches around our allies? Just make sure security is nice and tight.
Just now, we received a recommendation from Assistant Inquisitor Gertrude, suggesting we make preparations for battle. Her reasons are unknown.
From Gertrude? Then follow that recommendation. A party's more fun once you liven things up.
Understood. 00 calling Chester 17, Chester 38, Chester 45. Code R. Be on your guards. Transmitting level 2 alert.
Use a magical nuke, oh no!
17, Colfi. 38, Colpi. 45, understood.
It'd have been so much cooler if you said Colpitunia. I just got nervous. Alright, 45, come over here for a second. What is it? Hey, we're on the job! Stop, don't play with my ears! Your ears. Better fold them down, yeah. What did you say? You're kidding, right? That's impossible.
Cornelia is heading there now. The odds of Beatrice attacking here are extremely high. I recommend suspending the reception and evacuating. What's going on, Etika? Something go wrong with the entertainment?
No, my master. Please, continue to enjoy the reception. Hey, somebody, let's get Lady Birkenstell some more dried plum wine.
Erica didn't have time to hide her agitation. When Birkenstell saw this, she knew that their final late guest had finally arrived. Are we about to have a Panic at the Disco Era Sins Not Tragedies moment? I think so. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Why is she in a wedding dress? Because she got married to Battler, and there was this scene with putting on the ring that was very sus. It was written very spicily. it was written very innuendoist. Is that a word? I don't know. It was very innuendo.
Listen, I hear there's been some movement in the guest house.
The guest house? Who cares about the game board now?
Well, they're saying that Cannon disappeared from the cousin room.
What?
Are you a moron? The cousin room is a perfect closed room with the door and all the windows perfectly sealed. It's impossible for him to escape.
A say-so game, absolutely.
No, I've been snooping about as well. There's no mistake. Cannon has disappeared from the cousin room.
Sounds like you forgot about the last game. What do you mean? What do you mean I forgot?
He's probably hiding somewhere in the cousin room, or else he's managed to trick everyone since the beginning and was never in that room to begin with. That's impossible. It's been guaranteed that everyone in the cousin room except the specific names Lady Erica read aloud back then. It's impossible for him to trick his way out of there. It's like, I remember what happened in the last game. It was being played by Lambda Delta and Birkenstell, and Battler was just kind of more caring for, you know, the husk of Beatle, and then, you know, all that, and then, you know, something finally clicked in Battler's brain, and he was just like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. I know all of the answers. But, you know, now he got locked in a closed room because of Attica, because, you know, he was like, oh yeah, everybody whose corpses are just playing dead, and Attica was just like, bet. I'm double tapping. Oh, Higudashi, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like this one went the extra mile in comparison to the heckin' like first chapter where Mion was talking about Keiichi's elephant. I don't remember what she called it. How did he get past the Zhongrao seal barrier? No, first off, where on earth is Cannon? Find him at once! At that moment, the cathedral suddenly went black. The surprised commotion of the guests filled the cathedral.
She's here.
00 calling all Chiesters. Code R alert. Chiester 17, can you repair the electrical systems? Negative. The communication with the management staff has been severed. All Chiesters. Code red. Rock and roll.
Copy. Understood. I mean, copy.
The sniper teams and the chandeliers all released their safeties at once. The entire security team down the hall loaded their ammunition.
Lady Attica, let us evacuate to the waiting room. It is dangerous here.
What's dangerous? I'm the territory lord of this world. Why should I have to run away in fear?
Gertrude, set up a VIP guard barrier. Call Cornelia back here at once.
Yes, executing. A barrier? I need to be wrapped up in one of your pitiful, pathetic barriers while I'm wearing a wedding dress? How insulting. There's been a lot of boing in the game. That's true. This disturbance made even Battler groan as he sat in the next seat over like a doll. Even with his soul sealed, Battler probably realized that something strange was going on.
She's late. Right, Lambda?
Totally. She sure kept us waiting.
What was that just now? A love letter from someone?
A fan letter from the Lambatown fan club.
Lambda Delta playing dumb and munched some popcorn. Then, the lights finally turned on. It was clear that during that blackout, Beatrice had snuck in somewhere nearby, possibly even inside the cathedral itself. The whispering demon attendants all realized it as well. Whose scheme was this, and what were they doing? Though it may have been imprudent, they were looking forward to this, and an excited chatter filled the cathedral. Strange, but how strange. I guess we'll see. Looks like she came. Gab! They let you back too? Or they let you come back too? Come on, putting me in a jail is pointless. True. But Richu, Balor's closed room, the cousin room, and even the final possibility the next room over have all been sealed. How are you planning to save Battler? Let us suppose that Milady has found some trick X. If so, she would inevitably have to march in here to thrust that in Lady Attica's face. But against all of the Chiesta troops? I can't believe this many of them are hiding here. It's impossible. She'll be sewn to death. Sewn to death? Rabbit? Oh, right, because they have, like, the giant threads. That's right. Rabbit ears dashed all about in the hall. Incredible that she could remain hidden and unnoticed with so many people around. If she could just get close enough to challenge Attica, she should be able to get herself an even fight. I see, that move. However, does Milady have that item with her? She always complains and dislikes it when I prepare them for her. My, she's a troublesome one to the end. Amid the crowd, Ronove took something out and showed it. When Virgilia saw, she understood what that in his hand meant. True, with that it should be possible to stop the attacks from the Chester troops. Will we ever know what that is? Well, it doesn't work on Etika, or if it doesn't work on Etika, we're through. The problem is getting her right in front of Etika, if only for a second. The Chester sisters will probably prevent that with all they have. Leah, do you think you can gain her that time? Virgilia gave a small nod. However, the problem was the two Chester troops standing at her back. Since the time she tried to jump out in front of the procession, she'd been marked constantly. It was possible, with Virgilia's vast magical power, did momentarily take out all the Chester troops in the cathedral. That would only gain a short bit of time, but it would be enough to confront Etika. The Chester troops knew this, so they kept a close eye on Virgilia with tense faces. I think I know what it is. For her neutral attack, she wields a gun. Oh my gosh. This will protect her. Oh, right, because guns have anti-magic stuff. At that moment, the great cathedral door was blasted to bits. The fragments became bright gold butterflies, which danced across the room in a beautiful blizzard of gold leaf. That golden storm slowly faded away. Then, at the entrance of that red-carpeted path to the grave, a calm, majestic figure was... Guards, shoot to kill! Negative, conducting an identity comparison. Delanor ordered the guards to shoot the intruder right away, but Chester 00 didn't respond. Was it because she had been warned about shooting the guests, and was afraid of the consequences of possibly shooting a drunk guest pulling some sort of prank? No, 00 was just coolly and calmly carrying out her duties. I'll defeat you with the power of love and this gun I found, yes.
Oh, what a surprise, and I thought you weren't going to make it.
The look in her eyes. That wouldn't be the true Beatle, would it? The pair faced each other from either end of the long red carpet. However, in between them stood several dozen Chester honor guards.
It took you quite some time to come here, most honored guest. You had us all quite worried, but I'm glad you managed to make it to the reception at least.
Beato laughed. That chuckle made Battler's eyes quiver slightly. You...
Did I keep you waiting? Bruno Etika! I'm here to celebrate! She had an overpowering and evil presence about her, strong enough to make anyone shiver. Was there really any need to confirm her identity now? Who else could possess such an overwhelming presence? Beatrice! Let us meet again in hell is a favorite parting line of mine, but... Identity confirmed. It is the great Lady Beatrice. This time it really did happen. Bruno Etika! At that moment, the two Chester troops standing behind Virgilia slumped over and fell to the floor. Ronove had touched the bases of their big ears from behind. It was clear that he had applied some sort of magic. Someone find a doctor. These girls appear to be ill. Oh, new track!
All the Chesters, open fire!
Beato, now! Just an instant before the Chester troops could fire, Virgilia raised her arms to the heavens. Her magical power, which was more than enough to remind all present that her name had meant the height of all of her strength, became a spirit wave that exploded throughout the cathedral. Its shockwave made the stained glass windows shatter. The colorful glass shard poured down everywhere. Spirit particle warfare defenses! Hurry on reboot! However, all the Chester honor guards who didn't have spirit particle defenses toppled over like dolls. The ceiling snipers were defended and were able to avoid the crash, but it would take several minutes before the system could be rebooted. That span of time should be enough to reach Etika. However, it wouldn't be possible to defeat Etika in just a few minutes. There was no way they'd be able to carry Battler away in that time. What else could they use this precious time for?
Beato dashed down the red carpeted path. She ran down the path to the grave, which was lined by the Chester troops lying there like corpses. She had called this place hell. In that case, running from hell to the grave was actually going backwards. Beato's figure dashing through the corpse-ridden path truly symbolized her resurrection. "Lady, take this." "Got it!" As she dashed, she snatched something white from Ronave's outstretched hand. There was no longer anyone blocking her path to Etika. Something white. A fancy gun would be white, right? It's time for the one and only Beatrice. Yeah. However, in that instant, a golden thread came from in front of her and rapidly sewed through the red carpet towards her like a sewing machine. Oh, we have a meddler! Reloading complete. Requesting data, Nya.
Firing radar targeted. Data link to 410.
410 was clever. She had predicted that Virgilia would go for a spirit particle attack and had folded her ears and 45s over beforehand. Oh, I see. So they were the only ones who weren't taken out. Firing. Once again, the golden sewing thread chased after Beato, weaving like a sewing machine. It was as though an undulating golden snake was shooting after her. Impudence! You mean to delay my precious showdown with Etika? Beato jumped sideways away from the red carpet, then dashed across the long table covered with beautiful food. Hello, Peach. We are PSD. EST is like New York and Florida. The gold snake chased after her, sewing through the pure white tablecloth like a sewing machine, scattering dishes left and right. Thank you also. Hello, how are you doing, Peach? The good attendants ran about wildly, trying to escape. The cathedral was wrapped in pandemonium. EST gang rise up. I can't believe some of these rabbits evaded the spirit particle attack. This is bad. If they take up that position, there's nothing we can do. The pair of snipers, attacking from the chandelier high above, were much further away than Etika was, too far for Beato to reach. Furthermore, their position landed the entire cathedral inside the range of fire.
Too bad, Nya, Beatrice-sama. The trial of loves are ours, Nya. 45, new magazine.
You mean this? Gap handed her the magazine. 45 always handed them over backwards, so 410 was a bit confused to have one handed to her right way up. Huh?
Look out,
No matter how distant a position they might take, it was no problem for the elusive Gap. Gap twisted her long ears up, then tickled them with her thumbs. Peach, why didn't you accept my friend request? Peach would probably be able to answer. Rocket's asking about the Steam friend request, I believe. The Chester's greatest weapon was also their greatest weakness. The two doubled over with laughter. I've got these too, but how many seconds do we have left? The other Chesters will be reactivating. On the other chandeliers, even more powerful Chesters were slowly starting to move again. It would be impossible to buy any more time. Ah, Gap! Thanks, I'm in your debt! Don't forget to thank these guys too. Beato, good luck! Hang in there! You don't have much time. Etika! Beato cut through the crowd of scampering goats like Moses. Her goal was straight in front of her, the place where Etika and Butler were seated. Sorry, multitasking, setting up my home stream in a couple hours, yee. Then a red barrier took form, blocking her path. It was the VIP guarding barrier that Gertrude had set up. She stepped forward and laid out a last line of defense to block Beato's path. Let it be known that you will get no closer. You think a wall like that can stop me? How long until the Chesters reactivate? Within 30 seconds. As the oldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer stood and waiting behind the bride and groom. She wanted to save Beato. If she could just distract Gertrude for a moment, the wall would disappear. However, the seven sisters were furniture. They served the territory lord, so they couldn't move to help Beato. Dillonor glanced over at Lucifer. There was a corrosive tint to her eyes. That's probably not how it's pronounced, but I don't... Just ended after work because I'm going to work. Ah, fair enough.
You are not allowed to move except by the orders of your master.
Who's our master? It's Etika now, idiot. No, our master is Battler-sama. True, Etika only speaks on his behalf. That's right, One-sama. Whose furniture are we? It's just too delicious. Let's dig in!
The red absolute barrier flickered for just an instant. Beelzebub's stake had pierced Gertrude's shoulder, and her concentration had wavered, but it didn't break. Remember, you can't reactivate what's not there, Drew. I mean, Slowly and expressionlessly, Gertrude turned to look at Lucifer. By whose orders? Know that Lady Etika has made no such order.
We do have orders. The orders of our master.
How can a master who cannot speak give orders?
Even though he can't talk, understanding your master's will is the furniture's job.
Then, he cannot be helped. The 7 stakes shot at Gertrude at once. Gertrude had chosen to take all of these direct attacks, refusing to abandon the barrier until the last moment. Apparently I have Layers of Fear DLC inheritance. What? Oh, that's fun. Maybe it was a free one. Though she was resilient enough to be called a literal Iron Maiden and received no damage at all, it was more than enough to make her flinch and lose control of the barrier.
Good work, my furniture!
Beato shot through the scattered red fragments of the barrier, and she was finally right in front of the bride, her rival, Etika. However, there stood the final shield protecting Etika, death sentence Delanor. Oh, I see. Because the way she ends her sentences is with des instead of like des. It's like death. She ends her sentences with death. Death sentence.
You're too late. Time is already up, Lady Beatrice.
Chester 17, data link to all Chesters. Incoming data from Archangel satellite, homing format, verdict model, conceptual guidance. Chester 20, reactivation complete. Chester 127, reactivation complete.
Time's up, Nia. No, not there. No!
She's still being tickled.
There she. Good luck. Delanor. Back off, Delanor Knox. This isn't your fight. I have received a red truth denying you from Lady Birkenstell. I'm afraid that this will become your grave.
I don't know what Birkenstell has allowed her to say. However, I don't need to sit around and let that longsword tell me.
I'll play with you all I want later, but for now, back off.
There's no time. These Chesters have already finished reactivating. I'm only living on a bit of borrowed time.
You will be the one to retreat. You are the pitiful actor who has chosen the wrong time to make an appearance.
Delanor's red longsword cut a large arc of absolute denial, which headed straight for the crown of Beato's head. If you do anything less than total annihilation, it's not a good strategy. Oh my gosh. Kill that little control freak and her stupid rules that make things less interesting, right? However, in that instant, there was a thunk, and the curve missed slightly. Beato didn't let this good fortune go to waste. She slipped past the longsword, knocked Delanor aside, and finally stood right in front of Etika. This time, not a single person stood in her way.
This is popcorn. Well, where did this come from? Urgent request from the bride's bodyguard team. Let the Chester Sisters Imperial Guard fire at the intruder immediately.
Wait, that was the... Wait, what? How is popcorn a secret weapon? That was the thing that... What? 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 The commotion quieted. However, no one shot. Why? They could have shot if they wanted to. All of the Chester troops had completely targeted her and removed her safeties, or their safeties. Of course, all of them had finished reactivating. However, they hesitated to pull the trigger.
Why aren't they shooting? Let the ceremony guards Let the ceremony guards immediately. Well, wait. Look at that.
Delanor's expression grew grim. I think I have everything set up. I just need to make my new PNG really quick. Speed run.
Then she quietly put her red longsword away. After all, Etika would have to make a decision. I'll defeat you with the power of friendship in this popcorn I bought. Right? Like with a gun, it's like, yeah, that has anti-magic properties. You know, a gun will just, you know, help you. But popcorn? This is the first time we're hearing about this. If she decided to ignore it, they could shoot to kill. However, if Etika picked that up, they must not do so. So they couldn't pull the triggers until Etika decided.
Why won't anyone shoot?
Look closely. See what Beato just threw at Etika?
Lambda pointed, still chopping down popcorn. It was hard to see from the balcony. Beato had thrown something like a white handkerchief at Etika. It had fallen to Etika's feet. What was that white thing?
She really knows what she's doing, that girl. She knows what it means to be the main character.
How interesting. I'm confused. Ninja Jokery engage the enemy's safeties when they're not looking. Oh no. The thing that had hit Etika in the face and fallen to the floor was a white glove that Beato had gotten from Lonove. Hitting someone with a glove like that could only mean one thing. It was... Oh, Zepar, what's this? What does it mean? This is a request for a duel. If she picks up the glove, it means she's accepted. If she doesn't, the jesters will shoot? Why would she pick it up? She doesn't have to. However, we in the demon attendants will probably spread the word far and wide that she dishonorably ran away from the duel. She would be known for eternity as a coward who ran away from a duel of love. Interesting. Right? Like... So it was a glove that was handed to her, but like the popcorn, like... I don't know. What was it? Was it Lambda maybe? And we just like we're confused. I wouldn't put it past me to be confused, honestly. Beatrice waited firmly and composedly. If Etika just kicked it away, then at that very instant, the jesters would probably fire all at once, turning her into golden embroidery, so Etika didn't have to pick it up. However, she could not afford to be afraid of picking it up. After all, she was the true victor who had defeated Battler's closed room trick and logic. If she was the victor, she should have nothing to fear. So if she was afraid of doing it, it would prove that she still felt a tinge of doubt about her victory. If I don't pick it up, I can kill you without getting these clothes dirty. That would probably liven up your reception. However, you will pick it up. Oh, and why is that? I've brought a wonderful gift just perfect for you. You want to know what that is, therefore, you'll pick it up.
Not interested. Goodbye.
You'll pick it up. I know that what you want to hear about the closed room I've brought to you, which, unlike that trivial guest room of Battlers, is simple, basic, and absolutely cannot be solved. Was the glove full of popcorn and she threw it just to make it more personal? Maybe. It's like slapping someone in a fight. That's how you make it more personal. Yeah.
A closed room that absolutely cannot be solved?
I know you want to accept my challenge. After all, you are the detective. Etika threw off her wedding dress as though it were a cape. Yes. Before she is a bride or a piece or a witch, she is one thing first and foremost.
I am the detective. I acknowledge you as my opponent. However, are you qualified to participate in this game? Have you managed to fix the logic error? If you pick that glove up, I will prove that I have fixed it in my fight against you.
Sorry, I'm just imagining that Etika like threw off the wedding dress like Kiryu throws off his stuff.
Good.
Oh, the cathedral was filled with chatter. Etika had picked up the glove. A duel, a duel. The cathedral was wrapped in a bizarre excitement. At Etika's nod, Delinar pushed the crowd away, leaving the pair alone. People were permitted to witness the duel. However, no one would be allowed to interfere in any way. It's okay, Battler-san. I've already found a way to save you. How? I'm going to save you now. Please, hang in there for just a little longer. Beato's resolute expression returned, and she grinned boldly, looking down on Etika. There could be no doubt that the expression worn only by the Golden Witch, the presence of the Master of Closed Rooms. My goodness, we're getting so many new tracks. A shadow dashed through the stormy rose garden. It was incredibly light and swift. The raindrops never touched him. He made no splashes in the countless puddles. His feet left no tracks in the mud. That rushing figure was Cannon. Wait, but he got shot. Then he ran up the stairs to the entrance of the mansion. He did not slow in the slightest to open the door. He ran straight at it as though trying to break through and leapt into it. Though the door was shut, even that couldn't stop Cannon. He slipped through the door, fell into the entranceway, and slowly stood up. His body wasn't even wet. And, as he recalled those nostalgic days spent serving the Ushinomiya family, which would never come again, he ran once more. He was heading for Battler's guest room. He ran past the servant room, through the entrance hall, and past the door to the parlor. Then, the doors to the kitchen and dining hall came into sight. All of it brings back fond memories. There was honor and rigidity of serving Kinzo directly. However, that man wasn't rigid all the time. When the family was out of sight and he didn't have to preserve that air of majesty, his face could turn unbelievably childish, and he would sometimes ask me to take part in strange pranks. Really? Kinzo? Man, this episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is crazy, right? Hey, my friend came here and I have a really cool sailor of expensive whiskey. Don't mind the building supplies. Oh no! Yeah, don't worry about the hole in the wall that the wine is behind. You know, just go in. It's really nice wine. Don't worry about the cement and the bricks. The master let me shoot lots of guns, didn't he? That was pretty fun. Kurao-sama was actually surprisingly kind. He must have gotten that impression that the master bullied me a lot. However, whenever I was the only one around, he would talk to me in a very familiar way, almost as though he was a classmate of mine. I sort of regret that I held back and never did anything but nod in return. Madame was a really strict person. Ever since some rumor went around saying that she was strict on female servants but soft towards male servants, I get the feeling she viewed me as an enemy. However, she was also a woman to be pitied. When I'd seen her alone, I've noticed her shoulders sag with a pain many times. There were a lot of servants, weren't there? Some lasted a short while others stayed a long time. Genji-sama was the one person I might have called my father. I am both grateful and resentful towards him over many things. They all mix together, cancel out, and I end up with a neutral emotion. In that case, Kumasawa-san could probably be called my mother. She's helped me out many times. I've always wanted to repay her someday, and now I've lost that chance for all time. Shannon is my ne-san. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to be me. Thanks for teaching me that the ocean is blue. Goda? I hate that guy. Still, when I complimented his stew, he would sometimes turn red and say that there was enough for seconds. I didn't dislike that part of him. I wonder why such a strong memory popped up at that instant I ran past the dining hall. And then, my memories of Jessica. Oh, it's a boy servant. How old are you? I think those were the first words she spoke to me. Come to think of it, she was probably interested in me ever since then. I really did have enough time to build up a love that wouldn't lose to George-sama and Shannon's. But since I could only see the gray sea, I wasted almost all that time. What does she like about me? What do I like about her? I get the feeling we never really made that clear. No, she told me. We should have stayed together longer to eventually find that out. It would have been fine to find reasons of our love later. It took me far too long to realize that. Now I think I can accept it. I know why Shannon won the duel. God must have been watching. You had so much more courage than I did, and God didn't abandon you. I reached the hallway with the guest rooms. There was someone lying on the ground. It was Battler. He was lying just outside the guest room, a chain tied to his neck. He had probably struggled to do something with the chain lock from the outside until he lost consciousness. His fingernails on both hands had been torn off and they were stained with blood. Ow, gosh! Battler, what did you try and do? I could tell just at a glance just how hard he had tried until the final moments where his heart had died. The collar binding him wouldn't disappear unless the chain lock was set. Battler-sama, it's all right. I'm going to save you now. Battler responded faintly. He probably hadn't even imagined that help would come to this eternal closed room. He was so scared that this might be an auditory hallucination brought about by a fleeting delusion that he couldn't bear to open his eyes easily. Send help them covered in cornmeal. Oh no! What? Cannon grabbed Battler by the arms and dragged him into the room. The inside of the room was terrible. The windows had been brutally shattered, and the wind and rain had made its way inside. All kinds of tools and furniture lay broken there. However, Battler hadn't smashed them out of rage. The curtain had been removed, torn, and twisted up into a bundle. He had probably used trial and error to see if that could be used as rope for some trick. He had tried using everything in the room, exploring all possible options of escape. The traces could be seen throughout the room, and even in the bathroom. The empty bathtub was stained with just a bit of blood, and the nippers lay there at the bottom. To protect this tale, he had nearly been prepared to accept Birkenstell's brutal method of escape, cutting himself into pieces and washing himself down the drain. He was even willing to tear apart his own body, to protect the game that Beato had entrusted him with. He had probably questioned himself over and over in this bathtub, wondering if there was any other way out. My nails feel really weird after they said that he removed his fingernails, and I'm just like, ah. By the clock of the game world, not even a single day had passed. However, just how many years had it been in the closed room of the logic error? When faced with an endless span of time, any way of ending it, no matter how cruel, is tempting. However, he had rejected that until the very end. And even in the last moment when his heart died, he had wanted so much to show his iron will to escape from this closed room, that he had chosen to fall here in the corridor with the chain still around his neck. Battler-sama, it's Cannon. Please, come to your senses. He wiped Battler's face with a towel wetted in the sink. In response to that cold sensation, Battler's heart slowly started beating again. This game creator really has a thing for fingernail injuries, right? Oh gosh, that means that that's... Oh gosh. I'm worried that that might be in the Silent Hill F. I'm still, like, very curious on what's gonna be in F. Like, how much, like, creative freedom that Ryokishi's gonna be able to have in there. It's you, Cannon-kun. Yes, it's me, Cannon. You did well to endure until today. He's so weakened. Looks like I slept in just a little too much. Battler realized that the feel of the towel on his neck meant that the cursed collar and chain were gone. There's no longer anything binding you here. Come on, please, head back quickly. But if I unset that chain lock, the chain will come back. Don't worry. No longer does any chain exist to bind you, Battler-sama. I will remain here. What did you say? By now, Battler knew the terror of this endless closed room better than anyone else. So he was more filled with shock than happiness. Shock at the determination of the one who was willing to become the new prisoner. I will be fine. There is no need to worry. But, Battler-sama, isn't there still something you have to do? Go back, quickly. There is someone fighting in your place. And there is someone awaiting your return. Will you not? Go back. His stern words and gaze shot straight through Battler. Are you sure? Yes. That will be fine. This way, I can repay my debt from back then. Dead? Do you owe me something? You aren't the one I owe, Battler-sama. It's okay, so go. I don't like being indebted to others. Go, quickly. You must not keep her waiting now, so hurry. Battler couldn't argue back anymore. He silently bowed his head, unset the chain, and opened the door. Cannon had remained in the room, so no chain appeared about Battler's neck. He could leave this closed room just by running out. The happy-sounding voices that he had heard at the far end of the corridor had been replaced with an excited chatter. There must have been some sort of strange disturbance going on. As Cannon went out into the corridor to see me off, the merciless collar and chain had already captured their new prisoner. He would remain inside this endless closed room, in Battler's place. Cannon-kun, I feel the same. About what? I don't like keeping debts. I'll definitely repay you, and I'll do it soon. I hope I can count on that. Go on. Run. Run to the one you love. And please, never get lost again. Battler didn't turn back again. He ran with everything he had. He ran out into the corridor, whose warmth he had cursed so many times. That cursed chain no longer bound him. He ran to the very end of the corridor, beyond the light. Cannon, still connected to the chain, watched him go, then quietly returned to the guest room. Now, he only had to worry about his own job, stay in this room, and fix the error in logic. Now, I set the chain lock. As soon as he said it, the chain disappeared from his neck. Then, if he hid in the one place Erika hadn't checked, the broken logic would be fixed. The closet door opened slowly. It was well oiled and opened without a sound. It was cramped inside and dark. This tiny space is the last place I'll see. As long as I remain hidden here, the logic will be preserved. That's an easy job. Easier than caring for the roses. Cannon went in and closed the double doors from the inside. As soon as he did, a single small gold butterfly appeared, melted into the darkness of the closet, and vanished. It was a sign that the logic had been fixed. The witch's game had already stopped, and the clock of the world of pieces would never tick again. So, for all eternity, no one would come to save him from this place. That's okay. This way, I've paid back my debt. Beatrice. The power of the gold butterfly brooch taught me about love. In the third game, it gave me some quiet time alone with Jessica. I get the feeling it did many other small things for me. At any rate, I've paid back all my debts now. Now, all of my debts are... That music tape Jessica lent me. I never gave that back, did I? That's okay, isn't it, Jessica? I liked that one. Can I accept that as a present? You want me to dub over it and hand it back? Slowly, Cannon's body began to melt into a cloud of gold butterflies. And after the inside of the cramped, dark closet glittered like a golden planetarium, it faded away like the light of fireflies and was painted over by pitch blackness for all eternity. Man, I knew I should have grabbed a plushie. Man. I'm gonna grab it real fast. It's not too far away. Let me just break my tracking for a second.
Okay, I have the same plushie as last time.
Okay. In the cathedral, the goat attendants were all jostling around around either side of the red carpet. On the red carpet, standing across from each other, were Beato and Erika. In their hands were the pistols given to them by Zepar and Furfur. Oh my gosh. Now they have guns. Well, apparently you can mute.
Flintlocks, are they? How old-fashioned.
Pay it no mind. Demons are very particular about style. Its form was similar to an actual old-fashioned gun, but this was, of course, a demon's gun. This wasn't a gun that would propel a lead bullet with an explosion caused by gunpowder, like the pistols used in the duel between Shannon and Cannon, whose bullets had contained a magic that would always kill. These pistols also had bullets that were not made of lead.
Beato.
There's no need to worry. She'll win easily and you'll have to deal with her insults again, Leah. When this match is over, we should ask to be paid every now and then. After the fight ends, perhaps the occasional trip down to the Caribbean would be satisfactory. Enough talk about when the fight is over. That's an ill omen before a duel.
Beato, take this seriously. This is no time to be standing around laughing.
Why is Ichi relaxed and Leah's tense? Come on.
Beatrice-sama, you can do it!
Beatrice-sama is at a disadvantage in this duel.
Why?
Normally, witches are able to use strength and numbers to achieve victory. However, since the game has been suspended, she has nothing on her side except the riddle of Battler-sama's guest room. If Etika can just strike a blue wedge through that one riddle, it'll mean she's solved everything. He can win. I believe in Beatrice-sama and Battler-sama, our two masters.
Did you call me?
Thanks.
For once, it feels as though our chances of winning are 50-50, so I'd like to thank you beforehand. It is simply my job.
There is no need to thank me.
In the last game, when you protected me after I lost pathetically, I was happy. That was the first time in my life that anyone has ever protected me. Even my master has never done so. All she has given me is a way to cancel out my pain by exposing the truths of others, so that everyone ends up hurting each other. Please, forgive my arrogance. I felt that I needed to protect you. When I realized what a frail truth you live by, when I saw you being tormented by the tyranny of a mixture of truth and lies that seemed more plausible, I wanted to protect you. Thank you. It wasn't for long, but you're a wonderful partner. And will remain so. You're right. Once we've defeated her, let's make tons of mysteries on this island together. I'll have you solve them and tease you as we play. How does that sound? I like it. I look forward to your challenge. Oh, sorry, that's a lie. I take it back. That'd be one of those loser flags, wouldn't it? Now, are we ready, duelists? When the two demons clapped their hands, the duelists instantly returned to their bold, tense smiles. The bullets within those magic guns are not lead. They are bullets of red and blue truth for the battle between mystery and fantasy. As long as you possess truth, your bullets are endless. However, being hit by a single one means instant death. Are you both prepared? Certainly. Of course. Lady Lambadelta, oh great and powerful witch of certainty and member of the glorious Senate, please come forward. Will you swear to oversee this duel?
Of course, I swear it.
The crowd split, and Lambda walked forward with Birkenstell by her side. She looked between the faces of the two duelists. Then she took out an envelope with the seal of the one-winged eagle and lifted it high.
Beatrice has sent me her revisions to the tale inside the sealed envelope. After inspecting it, I found its contents to be valid. I proclaim that the logic error has been avoided. The chain lock is still set, and without any contradictions with any red truth made up to this point.
Chatter, 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 chatter. The many goat attendants knew the details of Battler's closed rooms. They realized how difficult it was. And, though fiery debates had swept across the crowd during the reception, none had been able to find an answer. And now it was clear that Beatrice had already reached one.
Therefore, this duel is legitimate. It will center around one single point, the closed room of Battler's guest room. Battler disappeared from within a closed room sealed by a chain lock. Therefore, Etika has been armed with the blue truth. Beatrice has been armed with the red truth to counter back. The duel will continue until one side is victorious.
Splendid. Perfect.
I'm surprised she didn't say good.
Okay, well then, Beetle, present your new revised tale and riddle to Etika.
Cannon used magic to escape from the cousin room without breaking the seals. He reached the guest room and used magic to let Battler escape from that closed room.
What a foolish tale.
Very well. Etika, is there anything you wish to confirm?
Repeat it. The one who rescued Battler was, without a doubt, Canon.
Very well. The one who rescued Battler was, without a doubt, Canon.
Repeat it. Battler and Canon are different people.
I'll say it. Battler and Canon are different people.
That's enough.
Etika, are you done confirming things?
That was all I needed. I've already decided how to fight.
Okay. Let both sides load their bullets.
Etika turned around, pressed her finger against the barrel of the pistol, and made her blue truth into a bullet, and pushed it in. There was no rule saying that she had to turn away, but she didn't want her expression to be read. Or it might have been because she couldn't stand the tension of looking at Beato's bold smile. Beato had already finished loading her red truth. She waited for Etika to finish while calmly puffing on her pipe. Then, she looked at Battler, who sat in the throne of the territory lord, right next to the two witches who were here as witnesses. Battler's consciousness was still hazy. However, he apparently understood that Beato had come to duel for his sake, so that he could be saved. That was all he could do, to just look at Beato with those sluggish eyes, but a flood of emotions passed between them. There was no need for words. A look was enough for them now. Etika closed her eyes tightly, her fingers still up against the barrel. At that moment, her stunning powers of concentration made all the distractions of the outside world disappear.
Good.
It's always been like this, but my concentration really is good. Are you ready, me? Furudo.
Etika.
First, let's lay out the situation. Battler disappeared from that closed room. The chain lock is set. Did he disappear by magic? Of course not. There has to be a trick. Canon didn't save him with magic. He just came, took Battler's place, and set the chain. Everyone knows that much. The problem is the next step. No, it's actually the step before that one. Canon was in the cousin room of the guest house. That room was completely sealed with packing tape, and it has been proven that the seal was intact until the time of logic error. In other words, Canon escaped from a closed room that was absolute, with no chance for excuses or twisted logic. Good. This is why she called it a simple yet ultimate closed room. How did he escape from a perfect closed room known as the cousin room? If I get stuck thinking only about that question, I'd be no better than your average kid detective. That room is a perfect closed room, so there is no way to escape. In other words, trying to think of ways to escape from there is a waste of time. The real question is how Canon was somewhere outside the cousin room when it was sealed. The cousin room is completely sealed, If he was in there when it was sealed, then it's already game over. In other words, at the time the cousin room was sealed, he wasn't inside it anymore. Let's look at that time I checked everyone's locations and sealed the rooms. That's the most suspicious part. At that time, we have 5 people in the next room over, whom I confirmed with my own eyes: Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo. I mentioned the names of these 5 people during the location check and confirmed that they were in the next room over. Then, I checked to see whether everyone else was in the cousin room and had that confirmed for me as well. I said everyone else, so whether he was Canon or Yoshia or even Puru Puru Pikoman, they all should have been sealed in the cousin room. It seems perfect at a glance. However, though that phrase everyone else seems perfect, it's fishy. Strictly speaking, everyone else refers to all humans whose names I did not mention directly. In other words, there are exceptions. For example, it's been confirmed that Hideyoshi and George were in the next room over, so humans with the name Hideyoshi or George don't need to be inside the cousin room. It seems that Canon told Jessica that his real name is Yoshia, but that was no red truth. In other words, what if Canon's real name is the same as one of those in the next room over? Eh? They seem to be about the same age, so let's use George. So what if there were 2 Georges in that room? That doesn't violate the red truth saying that Hideyoshi, George, and Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo were in the next room over. Let's say that Canon's real name was Tanaka George. Both Ushiromiya George and Tanaka George could exist in that room at the same time. In other words, there are 6 humans with 5 names. It looked to my eyes as though there were only 5 people in the next room over, but a 6th person, Canon, was hiding somewhere. I don't have the detective's authority, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to fool my eyes and hide. I see, a double name trick. Stupid, so stupid. Alright, I've made my logic. Canon, who was hiding in the next room over, not the cousin room, left by the window after the seals were placed. Bang! Ow! The gun had fired, and the tip of my finger was stained with blood.
The blue truth gunpowder had exploded. Damn it. What? She actually accidentally shot herself while trying to load the truth. My goodness. I've already had Delanor seal that one. Blue truth arguing about the window of the next room over is forbidden, so I can't use it. Ah, I see. Oh, an accidental discharge. Careful now, guns can be dangerous. Oh my gosh, it's been so long since we've cackled.
Shut up. It's just a little mistake. The window of the next room over. You sealed it with some absurd trick, right? Gap told me. Is that so? And so what? Delanor, remove that foolish seal. That seal has become your shackles. The Beato has figured out everything I've been thinking, and she's acting so confident, telling me to go ahead and use that argument.
Lady Etika, please remove it.
Fool, I'll make her regret this. It seems you are ready, duelists. Please face each other with your pistols. Then fire with the sparks of truth. After facing away and readying herself one last time, Etika spun around. Beato had been facing her since the beginning. She wore a confident, challenging smile, as if she'd been kept waiting. Then, without any signal, the two slowly raised their guns, pointing the red and blue glints that hid within their barrels at each other. Come! I could do with a little fun.
Begin!
First is how Cannon escaped from the cousin room. I'll use that as my bullet. Oh, so you'll start from there. Let's have it. Hold nothing back. Here I go. After holding the gun high and pointing it at Beato once more, Etika pulled the trigger with statements of red and blue truth. The cousin room is guaranteed to have a perfect closed room until the end. So if Cannon really was in the room, it would be impossible for him to escape. In other words, Cannon was not in that room at the time it was sealed. The name Cannon is an alias. His real name is still unknown. If his real name happens to be the same as anyone in the next room over, that wouldn't contradict the check on who was in that room. In other words, it's possible for him to be in the next room over, not the cousin's room. The goat attendants chattered and clapped their hands, thinking yes, such a move would work. Ah, I love watching this. I love being surrounded by this chatter. After all, I am the detective. It is true that the next room over was sealed, but at the time of the logic error, only the doors were checked to see whether the seals were preserved. Therefore, there is a chance that the window seals were broken. Cannon was in the next room over and escaped through that window. That is all. Any other theory would be impossible. If that doesn't work, then there's no truth left. As soon as she said that is all, both of them fired at the same time. After the blast rang out, it was Etika's gun that fell to the floor. Beato's red bullet had knocked Etika's gun from her hands. Was it arrogance or confidence? If she had just aimed that bullet at Etika's heart, the whole thing would have been over. Beato had missed on purpose. There was a bold smile on her face. It was as though she was offering to play with Etika a little longer. Oh, it's basically like, I will let you have the answer before I kill you. No, that's exactly what made her Beato. Beatrice, the witch who mocks others with unsolvable closed room tricks. At the time the next room over was sealed, Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nancho were in it. And the number of people in the next room was over 5. No one existed there except for those for those to whom those 5 names refer. All people can only go by their own names. All people can only go by their names, but furniture can go by whatever. It was a thoroughly merciless red truth. It was simple and severe. Now that the number of people had been limited to 5, any leeway for Cannon hiding there had been completely denied. Also, it was now clear that only people holding those 5 names existed within the room. Etika couldn't even make a new theory by suggesting that one person held 2 names, so that the 5 names referred to only 4 people, which would let an unnamed Cannon sneak in. Furthermore, the part about how people could only use their own names was a fatal blow that cut down countless theories. I'm a chair, my name is Greg now. I mean, that would be the logic, yeah. Come to think of it, you only ever met the half-sleeping me from the previous game, haven't you? What do you think, Etika? What do you like? Oh, how do you like the game of the Golden Witch? That's insane. Are you saying that Cannon slipped out of the room by magic? More importantly, why did you just knock my gun away? The human side must crush all of the witch's riddles, whereas the witch side need only crush the human's theories once. Don't you find that unfair? So I decided to have it be even. Even? I've decided that I'll make my victory condition the destruction of all your theories. I've won the riddle of Canon's escape, but there's one more. Let's return to the first battleground where you gave battlers so much trouble. When Beatrice snapped her fingers, that guest room of Battler's was reconstructed. She meant to fight once more in the room that had threatened Battler with a logic error, determined to settle things once and for all. Etika, pick up your gun. We'll have this room be your coffin. I say the same to you. I'll make you regret ever giving me this chance. Witness, allow Etika to use X.
X? You mean a basis that doesn't need to be explained? What are you gonna let her do?
Let's give Etika permission to use blue truths for Canon and this guest room trick without making her explain how he escaped from this closed room. A theory explaining how Canon saved Battler would also need to explain how Canon escaped from his own closed room, or it would have no basis. Etika had already lost that basis. Beato was giving her a handicap by saying that she didn't need to explain that part. Of course. You've already used the red truth to guarantee that Canon saved Battler. It's only natural that I be given this privilege. Etika faced away again and concentrated even harder. As though twisting the knob on a radio, she turned all noise and idle thoughts down to zero. Let's go, Fruta Etika. Detective Fruta Etika! As long as Canon reaches this place, rescuing Battler isn't hard. The truth is as follows. Canon used some kind of escape trick X to reach the front of the guest room. While I was busy in the bathroom, Battler left the closet. Battler undid the chain lock. Battler went outside. Canon entered in his place. Canon set the chain lock. Canon went into the closet to the end. This satisfies the two red truths about the chain lock being set in Battler's absence. And in exchange for this escape trick, Canon remains inside the guest room. There's no room for argument on how tightly this room can act as a closed room. That chain is cursed. In this demonic closed room, one person must remain as a sacrifice for it to be acceptable. However, is such a simple theory really enough? Hello, RGB, how you doing? The rescuer switched places with him. Then the rescuer hid in the closet. No other sort of theory is possible, and yet Beato thinks she can win. In that case, does some other trick exist? It's impossible. I swear on the history of the mystery genre that there's absolutely, definitely, categorically no other way. But if I give in here, I can't call myself a detective. Consider it. Imagine. Don't stop thinking. That's how you drive blue wedges into witches. What I can expect to see is... yes, a wordplay trick. It can only be kind of a wordplay that just barely slips through the net of words spoken in red. In that case, I'll crush all possibilities. I'll have them repeat line after line. This final duel has already begun, even though we haven't pulled our triggers yet.
Repeat it. At the time Battler was rescued, only Canon entered the guest room.
I acknowledge it. At the time Battler was rescued, only Canon entered the guest room. I believe that was the whole point.
Repeat it.
From the time I entered the guest room to the time of the logic error, Battler, Canon, and I were the only ones who entered or exited the room. I acknowledge it. From the time you entered the room to the time of the logic error, you, Battler, and Canon were the only ones who went in or out of the guest room.
Repeat it.
This refers to 3 people. I acknowledge it. It refers to 3 people. You, Battler, and Canon. Confirming definition. Can I assume that when you say 3 people, that's equal to the number of bodies? You're saying that 3 bodies went in or out of the room, right? I've had enough of things being mixed about with the names and numbers of people. I want this point to be clear. I destroyed my laptop yesterday, so not good. Oh no! Well, I'm doing good. How did you destroy your laptop, RGB? What happened? Of course, 3 people, in other words, 3 bodies, went in or out. Only you and Canon entered, and only Battler left. It has already been said and read that all people can only use their own names. Therefore, the name Etika, Battler, and Canon could only be used by those people.
Repeat it.
I am not the rescuer. Of course. You are the detective, are you not? Don't worry, I will repeat that. Confirming definition. How do you define rescuer?
That's very interesting. I am not the rescuer. She just said, of course, in red. She technically didn't, huh? How do you define rescuer? This is also important. I want to quickly remove the possibility that I rescued him accidentally.
I'll define rescuer to mean any person who reset the chain lock after Battler unset it. This definition applies whether said person intended to rescue Battler or not.
Since she said after Battler unset the chain lock, it's impossible for this one to have occurred before I set foot in the room. From this point on, I wouldn't undo the chain again for all eternity. After all, the game was suspended at that point, therefore it was impossible for me to have been the rescuer accidentally. More. I can focus it even more. The chain can only be set from the inside. It's impossible for a person to escape on their own, therefore we know that Battler didn't escape by himself. I'm not the rescuer. Only Canon can be the rescuer. And Beato has already said that Canon is the rescuer with Red Truth. There's nothing to doubt. There's no room for anyone but Canon to be involved, at least so far.
Repeat it. Going in or out refers to when someone crosses the boundary between the guest room and the area outside of it. I acknowledge it. Repeat it. By the guest room, we are referring to the entirety of the bedroom, the bathroom, and the closet. I acknowledge it. I have no intention of wriggling about this by saying the closet isn't part of the guest room.
Does it really count if she's just saying that she acknowledges it in Red Truth? Clicked on an obvious virus in my download folder and it instant turn off. Oh no! I hope that you can get it fixed. Oh no. Wait, didn't someone reset Battler once? Maybe? I'm not sure.
Confirming definition, the inside of the guest room is divided into 3 sections, the bedroom, the bathroom, and the closet. I also acknowledge it as such. Furthermore, you have already confirmed with the Red Truth that 2 of these sections, the bedroom and the bathroom, had no one hiding in them. Repeat it. There is someone in the closet. I refuse. Why is that? Because Canon is hiding in there? Canon can use magic. It's true that he hid himself in the closet for a time, but then it immediately vanished with his magic. So, there is no one in the closet. I cannot respond. I ask that you repeat it once more. Fool, the witch side has no obligation to explain how they did things with magic.
Ordered a new SSD, okay.
Hopefully it arrives to you safely and fast.
No, it's completely obvious. There's no way she can say that Canon disappeared with magic using the Red Truth. After all, magic doesn't exist. But is this enough? I've gone through every last minor detail, and yet there's an uncanny lack of dubious points. I can't think of any way around the theory I've had since the beginning. Canon must be in the closet. He has to be. There's no way he isn't. Say it again. This closed room can only be escaped from by switching places with the rescuer. If Canon tried to escape as well, another rescuer would be needed. Check has been made, yeah! However, no rescuer exists for Canon. Battler escaped, so it's impossible for it to be him. And I won't undo the chain for all eternity. People who have gone in and out of the room have been confirmed both by name and the number of people. At this rate, my theory is set in stone. First, here are the details of the situation that are certain. The game ended while I was inside the guest room, so I did not undo the chain lock that I had previously set, so it can't be said that he escaped after I left the room. Furthermore, the chain lock was set at the same time I entered the room. No one could have left the room during the few seconds between the time I entered and the time that I set the lock. The guest room was sealed at the time Battler's corpse was examined, so until I came again and broke the seals, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to get in or out. Therefore, when I entered the room, it was certain that Battler was hiding somewhere inside the guest room. The only chance Battler had to escape was after I broke the seals. To be even more specific, he had no chance to escape except for the time I was in the bathroom. By the above premises, Battler's trick to escape with the chain lock still set as follows. Because of the aforementioned reasons, the only one who could have set the chain lock, which can only be set from the inside and allowed Battler's escape, is Canon, the only person to enter the room except for me and Battler. After Canon has entered the room, he'd set the chain hid in the one place that he could hide inside the guest room, the closet. Whoa, that was close. They almost got me. They almost tricked me. I thought I'd cornered him in the closet. It's the opposite. They're trying to make me think he's in the closet.
what was the order in which I searched the guest room? First, the bedroom. We confirmed with the red that there was nothing there. Then the bathroom. We confirmed with the red that there was nothing there. That's it right there. When I examined the bedroom, there was nothing there. However, when I was investigating the bathroom, Cannon slipped out of the closet and hid again somewhere in the bedroom. In other words, my guarantee that no one was in the bedroom was torn apart during a span of 1 minute. I've spotted it. This is the witch's trap. An attempt to lure me into thinking that Cannon's in the closet. The place he's really hiding is the bedroom. I mean, that makes sense. If you already checked, like, under the bed or something, you wouldn't check it a second time.
I found it. I finally found your trick.
That was a close one. If I'd been one step slower, I'd have said that there was nowhere to hide except inside the closet. Then she'd just say that the closet was empty. Huh? No, wait. It works the same way in reverse. I see, now I get it. It's a logic switching trick. Damn that Beato. So in resolving that logic error, she discovered this strange trick. If I only notice the closet, she'll have Cannon hide under the bed. And if I only notice the bed, she'll have Cannon hide in the closet. Even though either one would be right, I'd lose no matter which I choose. Unless I expose both at the same time, I can't checkmate her. Incredible. I've never heard of such an unfair trick. If this was a sleight of hand, it'd be a cheap one. If it was a mystery, it'd just be cheating. However, in this witch's game, it was a legitimate logic trick. In chess, it'd be called a double check. No, a discovered attack. Or, wait, would it be a discovered double checkmate? Even though this sort of logic would be a foul trick in the mystery genre, in this world where witches and mystery war, it is such a refined board layout. The beautiful placement of the black pieces that cornered my white king felt almost like an art, so beautiful that if I were a god in some old legend, I might wish to stick it in the sky as a constellation. That beauty even brought tears to my eyes. For the first time, I felt honored at being allowed to participate in this game of truth and witches as a human. And ironically, it taught me, the one who had always believed in a single truth, that there isn't necessarily just one truth. If I just broadened my perspective, I can see completely different truths. And though each of those truths are truth, they're incomplete if they are all that you can see. In my life until now, just how many truths have I missed because I was blinded by some trivial truth? This is the true nature of the world. Schrodinger's canon, yeah.
Because of our arrogance in thinking that only one truth exists. Whenever we find one truth, we get blinded to all others. Thank you, Beatrice-san. I never thought that I would learn the true nature of this world from a witch.
Slowly, with a soft and quiet gesture, like a flower opening with the morning dew dripping down its side, Erika raised her gun.
It's my victory. I've seen through your double check. Then come. Battler's guest room disappearance trick is as follows. While I searched the room, Battler was hiding in the closet. Then, during the disturbance in the bathroom, he unset the chain and escaped from the room. At that time, Cannon was waiting for him in the hallway. Cannon entered the guest room in his place and set the chain. This is the trick to Battler's disappearance. And, afterwards, he hid in the bedroom. This happened after I checked to see that there was no one unexpected in the bedroom, so it's valid. In this way, Cannon the rescuer concealed himself in the bedroom.
I'm just waiting for it to be a thing of like Erika just overthought. Erika's blue bullet flew in a strange arc, became a wedge of blue truth and pierced straight down through the bed and the floor beneath. Beato didn't pull her trigger. However, she did quietly argue back with the red truth. Cannon does not exist in the bedroom. Oh, the goat attendants gasped. Erika had apparently been defeated, denied by the red truth. For the goats, who couldn't see more than a single truth, it probably looks as though I've lost.
Next up is the real one. This is the answer from the human capable of understanding multiple truths. It looks like the tale of illusions will end on the second twilight, so why don't I carry out the remaining twilights and open the door to the golden land? If you are to disappear, then it should be surrounded by your golden roses.
The fires of blue truth flashed at Erika's feet, and she loaded a blue truth bullet once more. That overflowing blue power was now making her entire gun burn with a blue flame. She wasn't aiming for Beato, she was aiming behind Beato, at the closet.
Now that the bedroom has been denied, you've nowhere left to run. Die, cannon!
The 5 wedges of blue truth she released shot right past Beato's cheeks, hair, and shoulders, then pin-cushioned the door to the closet to gouge whatever human was inside to death. The 5 wedges slammed into the door in a vertical line. In other words, on the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, on the 7th twilight, on the 8th twilight, gouge and kill and kill and kill. After being gouged by so many thick and sharp wedges, the human inside wouldn't stand a chance.
Here's the truth I've exposed. That is all.
When she proclaimed that she had finished, the 5 blue wedges piercing the closet disappeared. However, the many large splintered holes left behind showed that it had been indeed pierced. Then, as though this completed the ceremony that led to the Golden Land, the room that had been created around them became countless gold flower petals and drifted away. By now, the duelists and the crowd of attendants were surrounded by the golden rose garden of the Golden Land. However, the closet behind Beato remained. It stood there all by itself, like a coffin. Then, as though teased open by a dreary wind, the hole-covered closet door slowly opened. Inside was a human figure. That figure was covered up to the head by what appeared to be a grayish robe. Of course, that also had large holes showing that it had been stabbed into. Eventually, it became clear that this was not a robe, but a raincoat. If he had rushed here from the guest house, then there would be nothing strange about him wearing this into the guest room. Then, with a rustle, the raincoat lost its human shape, crumpled, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and disappeared.
What the?
Inside the coffin of the closet, nothing remained except an empty darkness.
Cannon does not exist in the guest room. Of course, this includes all parts of the closet, the bedroom, and the bathroom. Cannon let Battler escape and hid in the closet. Then he used magic to disappear. This is the witch's truth. That is all. This fight is over. Say no more. And the winner is Beatrice!
Oh! The attendants let out a cheer. Virgilia's group couldn't help but scream and shout in joy. The 7 sisters jumped about in celebration. Then, at the same moment the 2 demons proclaimed Beatrice's victory, the head's ring worn by Erika, who was slowly crumpled to the ground, and the curse ring on Battler's finger, both burst. At the same time, Battler coughed violently. Battler was starting to regain consciousness.
Battler! Battler-san!
Beato latched onto the coughing Battler in joy. Then Virgilia, Gap, and Ronade did the same. Group hug! Dog pile on Battler! All the 7 sisters all crowded around him with delight. What a nasty trick. Are you sure something like this will count? With a trick like this one, those humans will start complaining again about how this is no mystery.
No, it was a splendid trick. People without love cannot see it. Battler-san. Battler-san. Ah! Ah! Lady Erika. Lady Erika. Someone, help her quickly.
The rose of blood in Erika's chest wouldn't stop opening its petals. 3rd-degree conceptual denial syndrome. Use of continual neutralizer impossible. Neutralization only possible by an emergency approval for resurrection. The piece's master must provide approval for resurrection.
Lady Birkenstell, give your approval for her resurrection. Lady Birkenstell?
Where did she go? Search request for ceremony guards. Find Lady Birkenstell. Understood. Old Chester sisters. Data link. Search format. How cowardly. To think that someone's master wouldn't watch her pieces duel until the end. Now that is far too cowardly. Erika, who was being held by Delanor, had already realized that her master was nowhere to be seen, but she didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she was relieved that she wouldn't need to be brutally scolded in the last moments of her life. Gods and demons, please pass on the story of her noble passing. Noble. Bad guy is supposed to die pathetically and make the main character look awesome. I'm not anyone's piece anymore. I can finally control my own role.
Lady Erika, you mustn't move. Stand back.
Stay back! When Erika yelled with all her soul, those who surrounded her were forced back and fell on their butts.
I am the Witch of Truth, Fruda Erika. The Witch of Truth is the witch who can withstand the truth. Now, I can finally accept the real truth about myself.
The toxin of her own concept being denied and erased through her. Her vision was already starting to blur. At the other end of her twisted range of vision were Battler and Beato hugging each other and looking at her. Their expressions were firm. It's okay. Pity and sympathy would only make me look more pathetic. For a loser, that sort of expression is the best. Accept your loss, you cretin. You rat.
Lady Erika, the duel is already over.
It isn't. Not until the pair is separated by death. We won't let anyone disgrace her final moments. The two demons grabbed Delanor's shoulders and held her back. Dripping blood, breathing heavily, and with an awkward gait, Erika walked towards Beato and Battler despite it all. As the blood dripped from her, it became golden flower petals which drifted away. So as she walked, she looked both divine and beautiful. The duel wouldn't end until one had died. So even though it had been settled, it hadn't ended. Beato and Battler told the people bunched around them to step back, and they both walked forward to face the noble loser. Erika.
Congratulations on your resurrection. Looks like you have bad luck with women.
You'll never get a decent one to like you. True. And I've never fallen in love with a decent woman. Or I'd never fall in love with a decent woman.
Beato, no. I ask this of both of you. You wish for one final clash?
Erika.
Very well. We are not so boorish as to refuse your noble request. Thank you.
As her consciousness began to waver, Erika raised her gun again. She pointed it at the two of them. Beato also raised her gun to point at Erika. Then Battler placed his hand on hers. If it's already resolved, what more could there be to argue about? Erika-sama.
Why? Is there nothing I can do at a time like this?
What's till the end? That's your job as her friend, isn't it?
Both sides silently loaded their bullets of truth without saying a word. The color packed into each barrel was red. So, though neither side spoke, did they both know what trump card the other would use?
Now, at the end, I'd like to finally introduce myself.
What she's saying, this late into the game. No one could imagine the red truth Erika had loaded. Beato, are you sure?
Yes.
I don't mind. Understand.
Let's at least pull the final trigger together.
I know. Battler placed his hand on top of the finger that Beato had around the trigger.
Battler-san, I'm glad I met you.
We will be together for all eternity.
You just had to flirt right in front of me. It's pissing me off. You know, I really can't stand teary farewell scenes.
Yes, the bad guy really does need to wear this face at the very end. That's a nice look.
Married life with you would probably have been fun enough to make me vomit.
Of course! I'd spin you around every day, locked up in a world of pleasure that'd make you forget Byato-san in a second. Ha! It's 1,000 years too early for you to capture Battler's heart, little girl. You've never looked cuter than you do now. I guess both of us really do need to finish it this way. Come. This is Detective Furuda Erika's final parting line and self-introduction. Erika spun around in a magnificent and graceful rondo, scattering blood and golden flower petals around her as she raised her gun. Hi, I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Furuda Erika, the detective. I may be an uninvited guest, but please welcome me. I'm the visitor, the 18th human on Rokenjima. Sorry, but even if you do join us, that makes 17 humans. Hmm?
My brain. I do like this track though. Live at the time of the game suspension. Nanjo, Ronove, Shen, Canon, Oda. I guess so, yeah. Man. My brain. My brain. So like either wait. Oh gosh. If you join us, even if you join us, there's still only 17 humans. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. It's been just anywhere between 16 and 19 people. Oh, well, okay. So, 18 people. I don't know, my brain. Oh, is there more? Okay. Okay. So now we're into the tea times. And then, we'll probably be able to do some art because I want to take a little moment to like kind of organize my thoughts before we start on the 7th chapter. So let's get the tea parties out of the way. Then let the pair exchange their rings. Byato took Battler's hand and put a ring with the seal of the one-winged eagle on his finger. Are you sure? You are already the territory lord, so this ring belongs to you, Battler-san. You're really sure? At this rate, the world you created and the tale... Yes, I created this tale because I wish to be with you. That means the purpose of this world has been fulfilled. So from now on, I want you to write it. The continuing tale of you and me. Or is doing this that too awkward? Or is it doing like... Or is doing it like that too awkward for you? I'm just pushing the tiresome task of territory lord onto you anyway. It's much easier being the wife where you only have to brag. I just need to play around and wait for you to write a new tale, and for each new tale you write, I'll play any part you need. Be it an evil witch or a rival, a lover or a wife. My tales are pretty intense. You'll be busy from dawn until dusk. Indeed. Bring it on. Beato's hand relinquished the ring of the Territory Lord. From Battler, she received a silver ring with a crest that could only be worn by the wife of the Territory Lord. They exchanged their rings, and their wedding was complete. And no lewd dialogue involving the ring was involved. That's good. Then, the pair turned around, faced the packed crowd of guests, and raised their rings high. The thunderous applause rang out for them.
As a memorial of the night's events, the great Territory Lord will now recognize the accomplishments of certain people. Let those called come forward. At Battler's nod, Beato read the name of the first guest to be recognized. Cannon, come forward. Cannon?
A girl goat pushed her way through the crowd, took off her mask, and yelled. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered before Battler and Beato and took the form of Cannon, kneeling in front of those two nobles. Cannon had already died and vanished. However, all of the dead revive in the Golden Land. Cannon, right here. When my husband was locked up and in danger, you rescued him and displayed your capability for self-sacrifice by choosing to remain in that eternal prison in his place. Such devotion is deserving of an award. Therefore, we will allow your resurrection as well as your continued service. Yes, ma'am. I am honored and delighted. Cannon-kun! Yoshio-kun! Yoshio-kun! Ah! Jessica raced forward and landed, sobbing, in Cannon's chest. Cannon patted her head gently and held her. You won't be serving as furniture. You'll be serving as a human. Do you understand what that means? Yes. After glancing at Jessica sobbing, he looked at Battler again and nodded forcefully.
Now for the next pair, Ushinomiya George and Shannon, come forward.
Yes. George and Shannon were the next to be called. Perhaps they had already readied themselves. They walked forward boldly and kneeled. Ushinomiya George, right here.
Shannon, right here. You two withstood Xephoria and Furfur's trials until the very end. Your great achievements and affection, determination, and nobility were exemplary and deserving of a reward. Therefore, your marriage certificate has been issued with the Territory Lord's signature. We are honored and delighted. No one will be allowed to object to this certificate. Let the families of those recognized bless their union with all their hearts.
And so, now that there's nothing stopping these two, let's all throw rice at them and celebrate. Hey, congrats you two. When the Territory Lord clapped his hands in celebration, it spread throughout the entire cathedral. Then, a group of goats in the front line of the crowd took their masks off one by one.
Listen up, okay? I'll never forgive you if you make too much salty miso soup. And George is getting a little overweight, so go easy on the sugar.
George, when a man gets married, he's got to treasure his wife even more than his parents. No matter what your mother says, you make sure you protect Shannon-chan. Yes, of course.
George-san. Anyway, George needs to be asleep by 7. I'll never forgive you if you let him stay up late.
And don't forget that washing his back and cleaning his ears are also a wife's responsibilities.
Is that true?
What have I done? A wife's job can vary depending on the family.
Rudolph-san, have you been treasuring your wife?
Of course. Why would you doubt that?
Find happiness, you two. Marriage isn't a goal. It's just the starting line, okay?
Ooh. Congratulations! Congratulations! Oreo, congratulations!
We mustn't lose either.
Yeah, no way we're losing, damn it!
All of the Ushinomiya family, all of the servants, and all of the spirits and demons in attendance celebrated the honorees with an even greater applause. And so, the curtain closes on the tale woven by the Golden Witch. Perhaps we should finish this tale with the epitaph. The following is the passage of the Golden Land for the epitaph of the Golden Witch. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all of the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls.
One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the sleep. Can I brain right now? One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. That's not the end of the tea time, is it? That's not the end of the first tea time, right? Okay. So, this means Beato is satisfied and put to sleep? That interpretation is probably appropriate. And now that the game's over, Oni-chan will be released, right? What will he do next? Who knows? The book of this fragment tells no more of the story. So in the end, we don't even get to see what comes next for him. Nothing comes next for him. In the end, Oni-chan and the others never came back. They reached the Golden Land and had a great time together there. Even if the tale tells us that, the truth is that everyone died in that huge accident. Still, we've learned a lot of very interesting things. It seems that island really was a crazy island of illusions. Indeed. And your reading was truly wonderful. I feel worn out, like watching a 6-hour movie all at once. I'm tired. Ushidemiya Anju, you truly have worked hard. Your reading has soothed my boredom. I, Featherine, am more grateful to you than I have been for so many years that I cannot remember. If you're grateful, why can't I have some kind of award too? What would be good? Give me some time. I will think. Featherine sat down in her rocking chair and rocked it, apparently trying to think of something. Ushidemiya Anju, you really have worked hard. You have done well to keep reading for me until the end. With this, your responsibilities as my Miko are lifted. You may return to your original world and be reunited with the fate you have been given. Sheesh. Feels like this was one hell of a side trip. Do not pout. I am thinking of a reward now. Yes, that's something I haven't done much. Or rather, at all, for quite some time. I imagine the ink from the bottle has dried up by now. Even after the tale ended, Anji and Hachijo's debate over it continued for quite some time. It had been very serious and fiery. Anji had acknowledged that this tale was no crazy literary work, but a new message bottle, which had drifted here once more from Norokanjima of 12 years previous, to tell her of one truth. And it seemed as though she had found her own interpretation of the truth she thought the tale was trying to tell. Of course, that was only one truth, and it did not mean an end to her journey. However, maybe it can be viewed this way. It wasn't sufficient to fill the 12-year gap in her heart. However, at that moment, just enjoying the feeling along with the bitter coffee Hachijo had made was enough. Thank you for reading until the end, and thank you for your thoughts and opinions. I'm sure the very first Endless Witch is happy. Wow, so you can bring yourself to say stuff like that. If you just talk like that from the beginning, you'd have tons more fans. I am merely praising the wonderful reader that you most certainly are. I just wanted to say that spending the time I have left in my life writing for you alone was much more productive than writing for those pigs who do not talk and cannot think would have been. That's just the kind of thing you'd be better off not saying. Well, I'll take it as a compliment. Okay. I get the feeling that I've spent a really, really long time here. It feels as though I've spent a major fraction of my life here. Though it should have been uncomfortable, sitting here on a sofa in someone else's house, for some strange reason it feels as familiar as my own home. However, the clock says it's only been 2 or 3 hours since I met her. My sense of time feels very strange. Your friend seems to be taking his time. It must be a long phone call. It's creepy for a guy to talk that long on the phone. He said he was going to make a scheduled report to Okanogi-san, didn't he? Even though he was told he could use the phone here, he declined and went to look for a public phone elsewhere. Something about how he didn't want to risk being bugged. He's a moron, so I'll let him do what he wants. Is the nearest public phone far? If you go out onto the street, there's a store on the corner a short ways down. Then I'll be on my way. You can use this to pay for food or whatever. If I let you keep that money, will you come again, read my next manuscript, and tell me your opinions? You're willing to pay rolls of money to get an uncute girl like me to read your manuscript? No. You really were a good, clear-thinking reader. We create these tales and throw them out into the world in search of people like you. You praise me too much. I just take books a little too seriously. As thanks for the considerable time you have given to me, I will someday write your tale. Am I going to appear in one of your forgeries again? I hope you kill me in a slightly better way this time. Do you like miracles? You mean like a It's the first word that always gets me. Deus Machina? No, that's not right. You do Ex Machina plot development? I used to hate them, but recently I've become a big fan. Still, I've become a bit of a picky eater, and am simply falling from a skyscraper and ending up unharmed doesn't quite qualify as a miracle to me anymore. Then perhaps one day, I will write a tale that you will consider a miracle. I know I tried. I know I mispronounced it. I'm really sorry for barging in all of a sudden and saying all kinds of mean things. No, it was a worthwhile conversation. I wonder if my head editor will set up another meeting between the two of us. Sure, if there's another chance for one. See you again. Have a nice day. Yes, it may happen again sometime. I pray that you find your truth. Thank you. If you ever do reach a truth of your own, please try making that a tale as well someday. You want me to become one of your witches? Or one of you witches? I wonder. I'm bad at writing. A good reader isn't necessarily a good writer, you know. Ah, quite true. I myself can never read anything written by anyone else. Sheesh. Then I'm off. After this, I will probably never see you again, but I pray I will be fortunate enough to meet another you someday, somewhere. Can I ask one last question? Almost done with the PNG low poly unicorn.
Low poly! I wanna see!
Go ahead. That featherine witch who appeared within the tale, that's you, right? It may be presumptuous to say that, but that was my intention. This might be a strange question, but, are you feathering? Or is feathering you? Well now, what might you be talking about? The mysterious woman was mysterious to the last, and so the day of which I had no memories ended, and on the following day I would take a boat to Nijima. Wait, what? I'm confused. I'll probably never meet her again. However, that just means that I won't meet her, so some other me might meet her somewhere down the road. Just as I have reached several truths, they might also want to reach the truth. So long, Featherine. If you ever write a decent story, please call me again. If I'm free, I might drop by. But Featherine wasn't mentioned in the story. Eh? Unless one of the other characters was Featherine. No problem. It's the most luxurious escort job I've had yet. I'd almost like to invite you along, sir. I'll take a pass on that. You know how old I am. I'm done running around all over the place. The person on the other end of the line was Okanogi. Okanogi was also a man who tended to move from place to place, so it hadn't been easy to catch him even on the phone. Our trip's been pretty cool right now. There's no need to run around. Sumadera Kasumi is searching for you like mad. According to our informants, she's already gotten a ride to Rokenjima. You'll bump into her there. So, just as planned, it'll likely be just 5 or 6 people at most. And they'll probably be armed with nothing more than handguns. They're no match for you. Feel free to run wild, but make sure you kill them. Were you able to acquire one of your favorite toys? Of course. I'm surprised you managed to arrange for it in this country. Behind Amakusa was the rental car that they'd borrowed under a false name, inside of which was now a black golf bag. The Sumadera head family has already given the okay, but make sure you go out of Japan as soon as you're done. Don't forget to buy your cup ramen by the box in Narita before your flight out. I'll take care this time. It's an easy job. Also, you do understand about that, right? That? Well, I'm not sure what you mean. Playing dumb, are we? Well, that's okay. Despite how you talk, you've never betrayed your expectations in the past. If you're clever about it, you won't even have to get your hands dirty. There should be plenty of ways to handle it. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I realize that Anji-chan is a child to be pitied. If only she could have stayed true to that and acted the part of a secluded young lady. When we decided to join forces after Eva-san's death, we reached an agreement. This little portable shrine of ours is important, but she's also a liability. This is for the sake of world peace as well, okay? So, watch and see how it goes. I hope those Sumadera black suits know how to shoot a gun right. What is it, sir? Don't tell me that after a few days on the run, you and Anji-chan have already hooked up. Being that bratty little girl, please. Well, it's not like I care. It just means you finally managed to break free enough that you can take passes at girls, right? Half the world is made up of women. You'll never last if just one or two of them make you freeze up. Oh, speak of the devil, she's here. Guess that's all for today. I'll contact you after I reach our lodgings in Nijima later. Anji was walking down the street. Why'd she have to do that when I told her to wait for me to come back? If only she wasn't like this, she might have lived a long life. That was a pretty long call. I was so tired of waiting that I left. Sorry about that. How was it for you, lady? Did you learn anything interesting? It was interesting. I've harvested all I need. Sounds good. After Amakusa opened the passenger side door, Anji got in the car. Amakusa quickly went around to the driver's seat. Then let's head to the harbor. According to the old man, the Sumadera family has set up a net. If we do get caught, then that's the measure of my luck. If we don't, then Bokenjima's waiting for me. Let's leave it all to luck. Luck, is it? When you can't decide what to do, or when it doesn't matter either way. It's not so bad to entrust your fate to a coin toss. Then I guess I'll try leaving it to luck too. I've got to admit, I'm a fan of that kind of thing. Great, my bodyguard just said he's gonna leave everything to luck. Wonderful. I had to leave for that phone call, so I totally missed the clincher. What happened after I left? Let's hear it. No, I'm not telling. That's a shame. The car dashed through the hilly town. That car wouldn't return to Hachijo's house for all eternity. However, Anji didn't get sentimental about it. For now, she just wanted to silently consider the new message bottle that the current endless witch Hachijo Toya had given her. In the rearview mirror, the town where a witch lived faded into the distance. However, that scene wasn't reflected in Anji's eyes. I'm confused. We are this is supposed to be like everything before we are actually like shown the answers. And it's added so many new things. Like, okay, honestly, like from what we know of Okidogi from like Higurashi, I already knew that something was gonna be up with him. Like, that just makes sense. That's not surprising. But the fact that it's like, was the feathering in the story you? It's just like, girl, she was not in the story. What are you talking about? She was just telling you the story. Like, what did she write? Did she write you reading the story into her story? Or did you all not show us something? Okay, we got the question marks, and then we'll take a break so we can think about things. Lambada, where are you? A lot of the answer arcs have more questions than answers, right? And this is supposed to be the one where we get like all the pieces we need. Very different from Higurashi, yeah. Just having to say that felt like admitting defeat, and I didn't like it. Why is it that she's always so obnoxious and clingy when I don't need her? And then won't answer when I call her name. Where am I? Annoyed by the completely predictable ending, I'd left the cathedral. I'd planned on finding some terrace with a cool night's breeze to kill time on until the end of that partial reception? I don't know. It's true that I tried to find somewhere desolate so that I wouldn't have to look at people, but this is a bit ridiculous. I, the great Birkenstell, am lost? Farcical. Okay, that makes more sense. A miracle like that certainly wouldn't happen. Yes, miracles don't exist in this world. To create a miracle, you need an amount of time that could never be reached, a period that's no different from infinity. So when something that appears to be a miracle happens in a shorter span of time than that, it is not a miracle, but the product of someone's design. In other words, the reason I'm walking down this corridor is because someone's design has forced me here. Who would have pulled such a complicated prank on me? It looks like you're quite the shy one, calling me out to a desolate place like this. Then, from the other end of the dark corridor, I heard a sound. Patter, 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 patter. It sounded as though some small animal like a dog or a cat was walking at a quick pace. No miracle could cause a dog or cat to be in a place like this. Such a miracle would not be allowed. Since it isn't a miracle, that means I'm being guided in that direction. Very well, this might be some new theme to keep me entertained. If this is some new joke of Lambeda's, I'll cover her whole body with honey using my tongue as a reward. And then I'll stick parasol chocolates into her eyes and tell her to never do it again. In the direction of the noise had come from, it was not only dim, but shrouded in complete darkness. Oh gosh. Sorry, I'm still reeling about the parasol thing. However, I could sense something in that darkness.
A cat. Meow.
There were two emerald green glints, probably cat eyes, the eyes of a black cat that peered through the darkness. Are you the one that called me here? Or are you just the messenger? Wait, why the hell is there a Barbie android being made? Oh yeah, I don't know why, but one of its faceplates is really cursed. Like I can tell that they're like trying to imitate the actual look of Barbie, but it's kind of cursed, honestly. It's a neat idea, but cursed. Are you just the messenger? When I looked at my feet, I saw red cat footprints leading towards those cat eyes. The marks were unsettling, as though the cat had ran through a pool of blood. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, then even with the lack of light, I was vaguely able to make out those red footprints. They weren't actually glowing or anything, but they served perfectly well as a signpost leading me onwards. Patter, 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 patter. As though it was telling me to follow, the cat turned around and dashed off into the darkness. What is it? Something feels very strange. It's a feeling I haven't felt since I began calling myself the cruelest witch in the world. I can't quite remember what this feeling is. Still, for one as tired of boredom as me, it's surely more fun this way. I followed the bloody footprints of the cat, which would sometimes stop and look back at me, and walked on and on through the corridor. Forward, turn, head down what appeared to be stairs from time to time, and then, though I couldn't really tell because of the darkness, I went in through the crack of a door. Only $66.79 for a cursed Nendroid. Honestly, yeah. Actually, is that the average price of a Nendroid now? For some reason, I'm like, yeah, they're usually like $40, but that might have been like when I started. Because I know, I know the heckin' like cake anniversary Miku Nendroid with shipping was like $90, and that was like ridiculous. But like her box was really cute, but also it's just like, Here. So maybe 60 is like the average price for ones that aren't as popular. I don't know. Or aren't as intricate, probably. I pushed the door open slowly, but it was dark on the inside, just like the corridor. I think that's the average now. Yeah, I think so. However, the air and the still change in the echoes made by the footprints told me that this was a room, not a corridor. The sound of the cat's footprints were gone. However, the bloody footprints remained. On the other side of some sort of wooden screen, under what looked like a small spotlight, there was the same black cat gobbling down some blood-stained pet food. I see. So this is its reward for bringing me here. Cat. Sorry to bother you during your meal, but I'd like you to summon your master. That is, unless you're actually the one who summoned me. Talking to it didn't cause it to turn around. Well, I guess it is an animal eating its food. If I kick it away, it'll probably run off to its owner.
How dare you? Why would you kick a cat?
When I did kick the cat, it sailed away like a stuffed animal, hit the wall, and fell to the ground. Then it vanished, melting into the darkness. What's with this cat? Is it just an illusion? When I looked at its food plate, it was piled up with what appeared to be blood-drenched raw meat. It was as though someone had torn apart living flesh on the spot and piled it up on there. Come on, what's with the creepy reception? That was a mean thing to do, kicking it. The instant I heard that voice, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Then, the surrounding area finally brightened. However, Birkenstell had already guessed where this was before it grew bright. Oh, is she talking to Featherine now? Is this the part that Angie was talking about? That was you, was it not? That cat. A cat who has learned how to eat meat, and that it can sometimes choose its own path. It has been a long time. It's a path I might never have had to know about if you hadn't told me. You're the monster who taught me the taste of flesh. So you've come back to life. Featherine. Aurora. Augustus Aurora. You never learn, no matter how often I tell you that. Very well, even that brings back fond memories. I have heard the rumors. It seems you have taken the name Birkenstell, Witch of Miracles, and have been playing a far from praiseworthy fragment game. I'm just imitating you, though I can hardly match up to your level. If the rumors you've heard about me are bad, that applies 100-fold to you. Birkenstell sat unreservedly in an antique chair, as though she was already familiar with the place. What are you afraid of? I am merely celebrating my reunion with my longest-serving Miko so far. Did you really find my messenger cat so displeasing? Birkenstell's manner seemed completely relaxed. However, Featherine admonished her, telling her not to be afraid. And judging by the expression that had risen to Byrne's face, Featherine had been right on the mark. Did you really have to make such blunt insinuations against me? A cat leaving behind bloody footprints and stuffing its face with blood-stained meat? Have no fear. Look closely. Do you see any cat stuffing its face with meat? I gave it a plate of biscuits as a reward for going to get you. Came back with more evidence you were a bug. What do you mean? It was as though soot covering a plate at her feet was blown away, even though there was no wind. There lay an adorable, perfectly normal cat dish, with a pile of small biscuits on top of it. Birkenstell didn't even hide her displeased grimace. Featherine shrugged and muttered, "You haven't changed, child of man," as she rocked her rocking chair. I see you're as unpleasant as ever, but I'm happy now. Imitating you really has been far from boring. Scold me as you please. It is a parting gift I gave you when we first met. You liked rude Mikos because they kept you entertained, right? Ridiculous. If talking will only please you, I'll shut up. So, what do you want with me? It seems Beatrice's game has ended with Battler's victory. I observed it. It was quite entertaining. I'm sure you liked seeing me fail miserably. Nonsense! It was a splendid performance. I'm sure Beato is very grateful to you. And? If you want me to read the fragments of Beato's game aloud to you, I refuse. I'm not your Miko anymore. I have observed all of Beato's games. I also watched Lamba Delta's game and Battler's game with great interest. I believe I have formed an answer for all the riddles in my own way. The culprit, the motive, the individual tricks. I'm not yet clear about the very last part of the epitaph's riddle, but I have enough of a theory that that if I actually went to Rokkenjima and investigated, I should be able to resolve that part as well. And, of course, since there is no single truth, the theory is probably only one of many possibilities. However, that is only a question of possibilities, a trivial problem. What are you up to? Do you want to debate Beato's game with me? Wrong. What I want is to look at the answers, child of man. Those words of Featherine's made Birkenstell straighten up. Her old master did not fail to note that small reaction. So far, you've spiced up this tale as an actor. In doing that, you have probably come to know many truths. However, even you are unaware of the truth behind several riddles that Beato has cleverly kept hidden, correct? I see. You want to use me to chew apart and string out the guts of something again. After watching a play, reading the pamphlet, and learning what goes on behind the scenes is similar to, as you would say it, enjoying some black tea after a meal. That enjoyment cannot be left undone. You like to play with them and love them while they're alive, then eat their flesh when they die, so cats are doubly useful to you. Just die, monster. I want to look at the answers. I'm sure you want to know them.
Ooh, that was a new face of hers.
Think of it as a burial for Beato's corpse, where you are in charge of the service. What do you say to that, child of man?
Vertebrates don't have breath attacks, something you have. And Bimbadir Beetle mixed two chemicals to make a super hot spray and mixed two different chemicals to make a freezing spray. Oh my gosh.
Now you're starting to speak my language.
When Featherine snapped her fingers, the thin spotlight appeared on the table, which was covered with cluttered books. There lay a folded version of the game board for Beato's game. The Witch of Theater Going spun her fingers in a circle, and the game board opened up by itself, showing the black and white pieces lined up inside it. The game board and all the pieces are gathered here. The records for the previous game are all present as well. Ooh, okay, so we're gonna be getting a recap of things. Okay, this'll help. Hopefully. With a rustling sound, the book flipped through all its pages on its own accord, front to back, shut itself, and flew to the side of the game board where it waited. Inside it, all the movements of the pieces during previous games were recorded.
I see. So you were short a player and a commentator. We're also short on black tea, similarly with dried plums. Of course I will find some. Okay. If you add on some mustard rice cakes, then we have a deal. The negotiations are concluded. I have one condition. Oh, and what is that? Pardon me. I'm going to be the reader, okay? I have no love, so a few things might be interpreted in an odd way. However, the reader is free to read things in the manner with an intonation of her choosing. I only want to check the answers. I don't particularly care about the tale itself. I'm not deeply interested in what sort of tale you'll create. Ah, yes. Now I see what you're after. Will you accept that condition? Very well. I want to know the answer. You have your grudge to worry about. The negotiations are concluded.
When Featherine snapped her fingers once more, a large chair appeared, as though beckoning Birkenstell to sit there. It was a throne, horribly mismatched with the furnishings of this room. Oh, that's a new portrait. Wait, I've seen this before. This is...
I acknowledge it. You may sit.
You are the game master.
Eh? Are you sure? Are you really sure? You can create whatever sort of tale you like to satisfy your grudge. I am not interested. However, I have one condition as well. Answer all of the questions I ask. Absolutely no keeping secrets, hiding, or dodging the issues. Leave it to me. Tearing up guts and dragging them out is my specialty. After all, you trained me. Let us make some black tea. We'll use our own hands, not magic. Let the master treat her Miko to some tea. The old Beato told me that witches are the best ones to have black tea with. It seems that rule doesn't apply to us.
I'll bet they don't hide any issues or answers, right? At some point, that dish piled with biscuits had once again been covered... Ooh! Ooh, there's even like some seagulls mixed in too. Interesting. Had once again been covered with a mountain of torn apart meat and splatter of red. No, not just meat, even the bowels. Black tea is best enjoyed with your fellow monsters. Oh no. No! I can tell that it was gonna end right there. No! No! I thought it was gonna do a recap. Heck. Heck. Now, man, I wanna go to the next one, but like, I need to make sure that we have our theories all together first, or like something, some semblance of an idea of what's going on. Man. No joke though, they do answer the most important ones next chapter, yeah. But I think, I don't remember if it was you or somebody else, but like, I remember they were like, okay, 7 is where they get all they give all the answers away, so like, kind of have to like think about it beforehand, see if you like this is like a check your answers thing, and it's just like, man. Man, I feel like there was more Silver Forest people this time. Yes, 6 and 5 give the biggest hints thematically. Okay. So... To be honest, I played episode 7, I was still confused. Oh no. Although it wasn't explicit, so people ended up reaching weird conclusions. Oh, okay.
In that case, let's get the pieces ready. If we keep up the count, this will be game 7, right? Indeed. A fortuitous number. But not for Beato, right?
Birkenstell slowly picked up a black piece. It was the piece that represented Beatrice. It was sometimes a king, sometimes a queen, and could become a knight. However, that was only if it got promoted. Until then, it was only a trash piece, like a pawn. Interesting. Okay, so it wasn't okay. Yeah, the manga is more explicit with it. There are a lot of questions still left open post episode 8, like the meta-narrative. Oh, I see. Okay. First comes placing the pieces. By this point, the witch's game has already begun. Birkenstell took Beato's piece and raised it high.
First move, placement. Beatrice on D8.
Oh gosh. I don't know chess enough to have this mean anything in my brain.
When the seagulls cried, there were no survivors.
That's either the king or the queen position. Okay. Interesting. Man. Okay. So. Oh wait. I misread the clock. I was like, how is it already 3? And it's like, it's not. So. I'm kind of split between like 2 things to do now because I don't want, like, I want to go immediately into the next episode, but like I feel like we should theorize just like a little bit, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I'll do a poll. What to do?
Because we can either do art. I can work on rigging Bailey's model. Or just... no theory. No theories. Start next chapter. Or start episode 7. I'll allow additional votes. Have it go for 3 minutes. Pace it out, don't mention you'll overload yourself. I know. But yes, we'll do a poll. Should we art? Should we do rigging? Or say screw it? I vote to do one of the first two. But like, eh. Cause like, okay. Cause like, cause like I really need to think about things. Okay, it seems like rigging pretty much has won. Okay, so let me move over to the just chatting screen for the moment. And then, Live 2D works in the art category, yeah? I would say. Because I don't think there's a Live 2D. Nope. That'd be an interesting category to add. Hopefully Twitch does that soon. Okay. I want to continue, but like I know I shouldn't. Okay. So let me. Oh gosh, why is it every time I fix my game scene, my art scene just breaks? Meanwhile, panicking because images aren't loading right for new PNG before my stream in likely 20 minutes. Oh no! Oh no! I wish I knew of a way of how that works. I've very only lightly worked with PNG stuff. But like I don't know how complicated. Wait. I was opening the wrong program. Oops. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Oh. Did you get it? Did you get it to work? I was just forgetting. Just forgetting what I was doing immediately. Peach, you somehow sent me like broken files. I don't know how. Okay. Come on, Live 2D open. Oh gosh. I hope it's not having an issue because I have YouTube Studio open. It shouldn't. That's what I was talking about? Really? Wait, what? I'm not sure how to help. Are you actually saving them as PNGs, or are you saving them as something that is called... Okay, you got it. Okay. Man, Live 2D is having a difficult time opening for some reason. Wait, what's... Go to album. Music box. Oh gosh. Ah! I'm so large.
Ah, thank you. Thank you for the redeems of this stretching and hydrate. Oh gosh, there it goes. What? Ah. Okay. let me not be as large. Let me stretch. Oh gosh. Ah. Okay. Oh, there's only 23 songs in this one. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Open recent. Ba, 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 ba. Make noises while I am stalling to have this program be opened. Okay. Scoot stuff around. And then make sure it's gonna look okay on the screen. That works. That works.
Howdy, I'm gonna get everything set up. Okay, have a fun stream! Have a fun stream! Hopefully it goes well. Okay.
And so now we get to go over here. I don't think I updated the category yet, so just in case. Okay, for a second I was like, am I in the right category? Oh, I forgot to open a thingy for showing my music. And then, okay. Then I can have it play. And we'll just have it be in order. It is very quiet. I don't know if that's just me. Oh, there we go. We'll listen we'll listen to this really quick and then we'll go to vocal lead. One day I will have my avatar tweezy from you and a gremlin emojis.
Okay.
So let me see. I think I was wanting to not work on the hair for the moment. I was wanting to work on the horns because that is a little.
That's a little scuffed. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay.
Recently learned there's a max size for PNG files. This means I have 2 models and 1 price for Marley fan art that I can't export as a PNG. Oh no, wait, what's the max size for PNG files? Because that might be important for me to know. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, I think I was wanting to fix the thingamajigs. Maybe. Probably don't need to move them all that much. Oh gosh. This may or may not be a disaster. Now that I'm looking at this. Dun, 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 dun. 3080 by 3080 pixel. For PNGs? For PNGs? I have a few PNGs that are like 10K. If not like 12K, so I don't know. Is it for like certain things that you're using the PNGs for? Pizza was evil. I legit feel like I'm about to pass out. Somehow it sapped all my energy. Oh no! Was it expired? Oh no. I hope the feeling passes. I'm sorry to hear that the pizza fought back. Let's see, I'm just kind of having these go along the lines. This is gonna be kind of rough, honestly. Is it just clip art that won't go past that size? Maybe? I'm not sure what you're meaning by clip art for that, though. Okay, let's connect those. I feel like I'm gonna clean up the vertices that are around there. Tasted so good, but it was still so feeling. I'm currently in a battle with the food coma demons. Oh no! You can come out of it, I believe in you, Lisa! Oh gosh, what is going on with that one? Clip arts. Not Clip Studio Paint? Or... Because, like, that's what I use. If that is what you're talking about. Okay, so, So we went from there being 18 people to there technically being 16 people. So there are 2 people that aren't. Well, the 18 went to 17 because of Kinzel. And then there's the thing that I had a feeling about and then accidentally somehow spoiled myself on. But does that... I guess that equates correctly, I suppose. Was the game too much of a... Well, no, it's a thing of, like, yeah, I'm gonna just kind of redo some of these in-betweens. But it's a thing of someone, I don't remember who, because it was a few weeks back. Someone was like, episode 7 basically, like, confirms everything and answers most, if not everything. So it's like, okay, we should get our thoughts straight before starting with the next chapter. And so we're taking some time and doing some rigging while we're thinking about stuff. It probably answers everything, but only in hindsight, maybe. Because there is, like, there's another chapter after that. So it's not like, I don't know. I remember the person that told me was like, it's kind of like a check your answers kind of thing. So this way we can have a moment to think about it before going right to the answers page of the puzzle book, you know? Episode 8 is more like an epilogue, wraps up the story as a whole. And okay, that makes sense. Because I honestly wasn't too sure, like, what it would be. But if it's an epilogue, then that makes a lot of sense, yeah. Even though there is heated debate over it. Okay. Interesting. Like, whether or not it's true, or, like, what's the heated debate for? Probably because you said that it, like, doesn't make everything, like, too clear. Either you love it or you hate it. Ah, fair enough. People are either like, this is exactly what I envisioned, or I feel like I got gypped. I need to make sure, now that I've tracked this down, to add it to my game playlist, because I found the one, but I don't know if the Let me see. Do I have this one? Dun, 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 dun. Let me add things to my playlist. Okay, so that one was already in there. That one was not. My brain is going burr. It's sort of been happening already, but episode 8 makes it more of a thing. It focuses on something that people don't expect. Oh, okay. Taking some time to think, grandfather was dead, and the great detective is only a great detective because she's the killer and frames up someone else. Yeah. But, like, she was only there for the last 2 games. Right? Like, she wasn't just a character that we never noticed in the first few. That would be silly. Unless. Yeah, new character. Okay, yeah. Not pulling a Zero Escape on us of like, yes, they were there the whole time, just nobody referred to them at all. She's only relevant for the meta narrative. Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Whoops. I'm gonna put a vertice there. But yeah, Kinzo's always been dead from the very beginning for each story. He has been dead. For at least the night of October. 6th, 7th, and 8th, right? Yeah, it was foreshadowed for... It's been foreshadowed forever. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Man, making these vertices by hand are so annoying, but it's at least gonna look better than heckin' the auto-generated ones. Gonna go through all those curves. The model artist I follow on Twitter does her line art on a different layer to keep all the lines consistent for like the models. Because I know I've tried that. I'm trying that on Bailey's, so that way like the scales won't be on top of the headline. I know it's definitely like a thing for on the head, so that way when you look up there's not that line in between the head and the neck, but like I haven't tried that. There's a couple of other things too, like figuring out who the observer is and making deductions from that. Oh gosh, I feel like I didn't even like consider that. Yeah, for the models I'm always using the glue tool for that, and I probably need to get used to using the glue tool a little bit more. I feel like I'm like a little scared of the glue tool. I've only used it for like shoulders to make it kind of not look weird on certain angles. Yep, in general, Battler's perspective is the only trustworthy one. And episode 6 having the couples battle is also significant. Yeah. It all of a sudden started hailing. I was like, what is that noise? Hello? But yeah, that definitely felt very important. Like, extremely so. Of just, like... Big focus all of a sudden. But yeah, definitely with the case of like only one of these lovers can have their love validated. Like is just a thing, because otherwise like that wouldn't be too big of a thing in most cases. Except for this case. Another talk of furniture, yeah. Cause like, cause of the, whoops. Cause the whole thing of like, it's not necessarily quite a thing of status. It's a thing of like them not being a full person, if I'm remembering the way that Xepar and Furfur were putting it. So the game is structured like a rumor where the deaths have already happened, so the great detective could also been there, but she gets off island because any corpse were found, so it is possible the whole thing is a red herring, and then the last chapter is going to tell us the truth. I don't know if it would be like entirely a red herring. Like there's some truth in there probably. Yeah, there are different uses of furniture. Genji uses it in a different way than Canon and Shannon, yeah. Also, like, I'm curious if, like, Goda is even, like, genuinely relevant to the whole thing. It just seems like he's just, like, in a bad situation on accident. Like, he's barely involved other than just being scheduled that day. He's the final boss. He's the true killer. That was the true secret. It was him the whole time. Ultra Instinct Goda. Absolutely. All these red herrings to throw you off, and it's simple. Goda poisoned the food, the end. That would be quite silly. And then there's the whole thing of like, without love it cannot be seen. Like, they've mentioned that a whole lot, which means that it's very prevalent. But it's just a matter of figuring out the reason. It's a shame they never gave him the spotlight. They did it for him, or they did it for the other servants except for him, right? Well, it's just like, especially with the whole thing of like, okay, father's dead, we need to keep this a secret, and it's only like, you know, the important servants. Goda had no idea. Goda was left in the dark. It's just like, yeah, I don't get to talk to him at all. Like, I haven't seen him much for like a while, but like, that's fine. He's a secretive man. Nothing weird's going on here. Meanwhile, like, Canon, Shannon, Genji, and like everyone's just like no, nobody can know. We gotta keep this under wraps. We gotta do this, or else Natsuki's gonna like beat us up or something. And Koda's just like, I make the food. When it comes to murder mysteries, you either have to give everyone a reasonable motive, or you give no one a reasonable motive and the murderer killed over the smallest thing. But this means you have to make the killer very unpleasant. Let's see, we should be able to connect it there. I think those tries look fine. I'm going very detailed into this for the gremlin model. Because I want to make it look nice. In my mystery novel, I'm writing spoilers. It's the police chief that's running the drugs and throwing off the investigation into the drug thing. Ah! Like, would that technically be a violation of Noxus? Just, is the police kind of close to the heckin' detective? But yeah, in the, like a big thing that I was thinking of, when we last played on, last Thursday, like when I ended, I was really thinking about the lovers' duel and being like trying to think about how people interact with Canon and Shannon. And like, at one point I was like, have they like seen the two of them together? And it's just like, well, it was when they were locked in the what was it, the dungeon thingy or whatever you would want to call it in, oh gosh, which game was that? Which game was it that they were locked in the place? Was that the fourth game? Oh gosh, I feel like it was the fourth game, right? Or was it the fifth? It couldn't have been the fifth. No, it wasn't the fifth. Was it? I'm trying to remember if like that would have had to have been the fourth game, right? That happened? I don't remember. But yeah, the love thing from the furniture stuff seems like physical love, as in they literally cannot love someone instead of being figurative. And yes, I made that just to spite the game, even though they want to. Okay. Love thing from the furniture stuff seems to be physical love, as in they literally cannot love someone instead of being figurative. Because the examples that they used were... they were... like, I think I made a reference to, like... whoops. Oh well. To how, like, Battler was acting in the first... like few games where he was all like, haha, sweet home Rokenjima, am I right? But it was like, you can't like love a family member in that same way, or and his broken promise, yeah. And then there's still the thing of like, I don't even know if we have like the evidence for it per se, but the thing of, he is Battler. Battler is born from Asumu, but he is not born from Asumu. But he is Battler. So like, I don't know, because I was looking back at Red Truths from previous games, like trying to think of like, okay, where are the things, where are the points that I need to like think about, and such and such. I don't remember. Did they even mention what what that was yet. Yes, the idea of personas, yeah. But it's like, just trying to think of like what that means. One person being two. Oh, okay. I could almost just hear Balor's voice. It's useless. It's all useless. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. So that was the point that they were making with that, more so than like trying to figure out the identity of Battler, but bringing up the thing of there being multiple personas. I have all the pieces. Oh, do I? It could be like how Rocket and Lance act completely differently, but they're just, in truth, different sides of my personality. Interesting. So that's the... Wait, is that the one riddle that's supposed to be solved before going into the next chapter? Is just the thing with the thing with the Canon and Shannon? Is that the one riddle that we needed to solve? I was too dumb brain empty. I kept reading and got the answer from 7, then took like a 5-year hiatus before reading 8. Wait, what? Oh my gosh. Huh. I feel like this was good music to be like, wait, that was the... I got to like 1/4 of 8 and then took a hiatus because I got bummed. Oh. Well, I know that I know I'm definitely in the point of like, okay, we gotta finish this. I can't give up on Umineka. We're already this far. Dun, 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 dun. Gosh. I was just enjoying it and didn't want it to end, yeah. I feel... Gosh, I feel like once we finish Umineko, I'm gonna be like, so, Caconia, huh? Or whatever that other game that he made is. I don't, the thing is, like, I don't know if I want to play Caconia, because I know there's a thing of, like, if you're planning on streaming it, you need to end at this chapter or whatever, and it's just like, I don't know. But, like, maybe one day. Also for me, it has heading in a bummer direction. Oh no, from Caconia it doesn't. It makes no sense to me. They carried over the meta narrative and it makes no sense. Oh no. Oh no. I think, like, isn't it like pretty early on? Like, because it's just like episode 1, right? Let me see. Yeah, phase 1. So, like, that obviously means, like, we don't have all of the stuff, right? Like, how the heck is Okanogi alive 200 years from now, right? Like, how is he in each of the games? Like, I feel like Higurashi and Umineko don't have like too many years between the two. I forget like what year Higurashi even takes place in. But like I feel like it's like not that long in between the two. But like Kakonia is obviously in the future. As far as I can tell anyway. Like what being spouted about world peace an actual thing? Goodness. And like heckin' what's her name? The blonde lady. Cause she's there too. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna wanna play it, but like I don't know. Cause I feel like the fact that I'm gonna have to like end playing it on stream at a point will probably not be fun. Lambda's blonde lady.
Isn't that Satoko?
Time travel is one drug, right? Like I'll take bootstrap paradoxes and all that all the time. I won't take a heckin' blind, deaf, mute old man in a wheelchair that only appears at the end of the game. Zero Escape really deserved better, honestly. Or at least Lambda is her benefactor. Oh. Interesting. Thinking about it that way is weird to me. Because in my brain, it's just like, oh yeah, that's ethical right there. Like I feel I don't know. I would almost say that it would make more sense for Feathering to be like a representation for blonde lady, but I don't know. Especially since heckin' the newer season of Higurashi basically introducing Feathering as Aua or whatever. Whatever she ended up going with Satoko's name that he gave her. Feathering is Hanyu. Feathering is 100% Hanyu. That Aua thing confirmed it. True. Man, the heckin' newest season of Higurashi just really like just had a go with everything, didn't it? Dun, 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 dun. This is definitely the music that plays in my brain while doing rigging. I mean, they were consistent with that at least. Yeah, a little bit. Bootlace Paradox and Grandfather Paradox I'm fine with, but I'm not fine with the old man being in the hook with the whole time and nobody mentioned him, right? Like, heckin', and it's like, they did the flashback to be like, oh yeah, we mentioned it here, and it's just like, that was nothing. That was before everything started. That means nothing to me. But like, it's 100% because the director like didn't get the funding to actually make the third one that he wanted to, and it's just like, it makes me wonder like what would have been like the ending for that. I don't know. You can find Easter eggs that confirm it. For the... For which thing? This track is my brain right now. Oh, you can find Easter eggs and confirm it for Zero Escape. I suppose. It just, at the time, it was, like, really frustrating. Of just, like, it was you, this person that we've never mentioned. Like, you could type me for one of the answers. As weird dialogue. Stories of what could have been are very interesting, yeah. I would still like one of the, at one point they were doing, like pre-order bonuses to get, like, the watches. And I would have loved the watch for the first game. I loved the design for that one. The one for the second game was very, like, this is a watch. But, like, I hated the 3D stuff. It had no explanation for the terrorist stuff, right? For the third game, yeah. It's like there were a few really interesting things with the third game. But, like, towards the end, it's just like, But at the very least, really enjoyed Isomnium Files, and especially Nirvana Initiative. That one was so fun. I really hope that he makes a third game.
Hello, Bailey!
Oh hey, there's a stream. Thanks, Twitch.
Right? I don't know why your Twitch likes to bully you and just like be like, no, we will keep this stream a secret. You're not allowed to know.
But how are you doing? We are
theorizing. Whoops. We were getting a bunch of the stuff squared away with the thoughts of Minako before we continue. But
wow.
You wanted to know there was a stream that you follow? Here's your 3rd hour mark notif. Oh gosh. Man.
But yeah, the movements are still pretty rough, but yee.
Their third eye was teased in the ARG. Yeah. So do you think is the original culprit? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, that's like the one thing that I didn't even consider. Is there... Let me look. I want to see like who the victims were of the... You don't need specifics. All the stories have a patient 0. Patient 0. The specifics vary by story. There are different aides. Okay. Or accomplices, yeah. Because each of them kind of go differently. You're the only insect here than me. What do you mean? Oh yeah, Bailey, that's what's been going on in the stream. Is Rocket is like, I'm convinced you're a bug. Oh gosh. I really wish that there was like a heckin' recap. of just like, here's the things that happened, but also like, I guess since there's like the results are different in each one, I guess it wouldn't make too much sense to actually do that because not all of them are the same. Here isn't just read it all over again. Oh no. That really was a red truth if you are incompetent. Oh gosh. I'm really feeling like early game battler. Have wing breath attack. Forest lives to any vertebrate that fills in all the marks. Quickly opens up that game theory video or film theory, whatever it was. I don't remember. The cogs in my brain are moving, but they're very loudly screeching. You don't need to solve every single whodunit to figure it out. Right. Okay, that has major spoiler warning, so that's probably going to be the actual answer if I click onto that one. I wanted to look at like a list of who died in each one, but like if I look up the Twilight victims, it's just like, here are the answers. It's like, no, I don't want to look at that. How their duel with Attica has the answers, I think. That would make sense. I'll try looking up and see if I can find something spoiler free. Okay. Because like I just want to kind of see, like I just kind of want to remember who was the victims for each one. Is like the main thing I'm wanting to like go back and look on. Because this has been a multiple month journey. With like frequent breaks in between. Just to like give myself breaks. Whoops. Cause like Gosh, when did I stream like the first chapter? When did I do that? I know I saved all my VODs for it. I don't know if I categorized them though. I think I would have. Okay, let me just search. Okay, it was the end of November that we started. So not quite half a year, but close to it. Oh boy, all these are just straight up the answers. Oh no. Okay. So because I remember Natsuhi ended up being there until the end. I know most of the adults. That was the one that Cannon died in the boiler room, right? Shannon had her face mutilated in the first one. It was okay, Jessica's dad, so Rudolph, Klaus and Kire, Shannon, was it heckin', was it both of George's parents or was it just one of them? No, Hideyoshi was alive. So I think Ava died. I think. Right? No? Maybe? It's been so long. But I remember Shannon passed there. Oh gosh. I'm gonna do that to save the progress of that. I honestly don't know if I need to do this, but like, I don't know. I'm feeling like I should. All right, so first game, first murders was Shannon, Goda, and 4 adults. Okay. Shannon and Goda. And then I know it was both Kire, like Kire, Rudolph, Klaus. Natsuhi was alive. Was it Rosa? I want to say it was Rosa. Thank you for the save. Or was it not until the second game that happened? I feel like it was... No, I feel like it was Rosa. Klaus, Battler's dad, and forgot the other 2. Did Kiri live in that one? I feel like Rosa died. Okay. Yeah, okay. So let me I'm gonna put this in a notebook, or like in a little notepad file. Okay, so we know it was Shannon, Goda. I feel like it was both. I feel like it was both Rudolph and Kire. I don't remember Kire being alive for that long in the first one. I feel like that was the one where both of his parents died. I think. I could be wrong. Kire, Klaus, and Rosa. I'm pretty sure Rosa. Because they were like, I feel like they were like really trying to keep, they were trying to keep heckin' Maria from like finding it out, and she was like, "Oh, Pog! Now my mom won't be possessed by the evil witch anymore! Hooray!" And being like, "Oh yeah, heckin' Beatrice promised to take me to the Golden Land, so it's fine. Everybody comes back in the Golden Land." So, like, my mom's not really dead, you know. She's fine. She'll come back and never be possessed again. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I found a good one from the wiki. Just don't look at other stuff. Okay. Yeah, let me, oh wait. I don't remember if I fixed that with the bot. Let me permit you. Fingers crossed. Heckin' Nightbot. At least it's only for a second. Okay. So... Okay. So... Okay, which is game record. Okay. So... Yeah, it was Klaus, Rudolph... Okay, it was Kire. Rosa, Shannon, Goda... And then... I can only assume the other Twilights are also important, but I'll put them on a different line. Let's see, it was Ava, Hideyoshi. I mean, Kinzo's been dead. So that wouldn't be all that important. Nanjo. I also feel bad for Nanjo. Like, he's just also there. Kumasawa. Okay. The tips section of the wiki has the tips from the game No Red Truth, so okay. Well, I know there's a page with the red truths in order. I didn't see anything for like I feel like it would be convenient to also have the like blue truths with it, but I know it only had the red truths. So I don't know, maybe it's not too important for that. Okay. So like Kinzo, always dead. Always dead. Rip. I think First Twilight just has Beatrice guaranteed the identities of all identified corpses. Okay. That's true. Let me go ahead and like open that. Red Truths. Do. Okay, so yeah. Because she didn't really... There really wasn't, like... The Red Truth wasn't there until... after the first game, because, you know... Battler was just experiencing the first game. Let's see... 6 definitely entered through the door. Yeah, okay, so they're talking about the second game and the Red Truths for the first section. That's right, that's right. Okay. First Twilight was just Beatrice guarantee the identities. Okay. There is the Red Truth. Where was it? I don't remember when it was, but it was like no one would confuse the identity of Canon. Where was it? Identity. Guarantee the identities of all identified corpses, therefore there's no body double tricks. Identified corpses. Identified corpses. Where was it? They would definitely never mistakenly think any other person was canon. So that's a very interesting thing. Oh. Second Twilight Red Truth. Both deaths were homicides. It is not the case that after the construction of the closed room, one of them committed suicide after committing murder. Furthermore, the murder was carried out with both the victim and the perpetrator in the same room. No method exists for the perpetrator to commit suicide from outside the room. Let me look. Oh wait, was this link for only the... Oh yeah, that would make sense that it would only be for the first game. Yeah. Okay. Because I know a majority of the adults died in the second game. I don't remember if any of the servants died in the first game. Or not in the first game, the second game. Let's see, was that the banquet one? No. No, that was not the banquet. Yeah, in the second game, all the adults except Rosa died in the first Twilight. That's right, because... Yeah, Rosa survived quite a long time. With exploding candies, yee! And that was the one that inspired my starting screen for the Umineko playthroughs. But yeah, that was the one... Was that the one that... No. Was it? Why are Tomataka and Takano showing up in the others like you viewed? And it's like, no. We're looking at the tips for Umineko. Right? The song does go hard. Let me see. Let me go back. Do. very, very distracted from my heckin' mesh editing. Hideyoshi and Ava was the first game, second Twilight. Yee. Oh yeah, because they were. That was when Hideyoshi was in the shower, right? And the servant said it had a lock, but no red truth. Ooh. Man, some of these songs, it's like I don't even remember them. Maybe they're later. That or they were probably for the end of some of the episodes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15. Okay, so that matches up actually. This is like Club Penguin again for his kill. What? Wait, what? Verve? The streaming service? Wasn't that already dead? Or am I thinking of something else? The thing that held like what was it, Crunchyroll and Rooster Teeth? Or are you talking about something else, Rocket? Man, these tracks with the lyrics really hit different. The fourth Twilight was Kinzo for first game. 5 through 8 is the rest of the servants. That's true. Save for like Nanjo towards the end for the first game. It is kind of all the servants. Although, like, I guess if you squint, Nanjo counts as a servant. Not really, but like, if you squint. So Sony is shutting down Verve. Verve had Crunchyroll, Rooster Teeth, and High Dive. I thought Verve already died, actually. Is this just now? Oh, I guess I never realized that it got picked up by Sony. Huh. Well, the more you know, I guess. Nova was losing users, but now is just shutting down. I mean, like... Okay, I guess it kind of makes sense, honestly. Dang, these tracks are so cool. Especially now that I get to actually, like, focus on them instead of being, like, reading over them. Didn't Crunchyroll and Funimation merge? I think so. That was the only different services Verve had, yeah. Yeah, I'm still surprised that, like, Verve was still around. But I mean, I guess when it's a service that I don't use, it's like... Ooh. It! What song is this? Oh. It's auto-playing. I was like, this doesn't sound like Omineko. Okay. Let's go over to... We'll just go to a random song. I'll go with this one. Yes, then the Funimation app is going the same way as Verve. Oh. Wait, they still had an app? That I feel like that was just the quickest way of being like, wait, people still use streaming services for their anime. Oh gosh. But it makes sense. It's just like, I don't know. I think it's because there's like so many streaming services and it's just like I can't afford that. Imagine watching anime, right? I'm slowly getting back into my anime watching. And by slowly, I mean I just watched Onimai. But it was fun. It was actually really wholesome. I'm glad that it was very, very cute. Funimation hasn't added any new shows since 2020, and it's only up still because some anime are still contracted to be Funimation exclusives. Interesting. And so now that's going away. I guess the contracts ran out, if that's the case then, huh? I know I've been meaning to, watch some older animes. Cause, whoops. I didn't mean to erase that one. Cause Peach is, like, super deep into the Trigun brain rot. And I'm like, the dub probably wouldn't be probably wouldn't be a bad idea to, like, watch in the background of doing things, honestly. I still need to watch Let Me Plan an Anime Watch Party. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I still need to heckin' I just need to bite the bullet and heckin' open the Discord. But it's like I need to make sure that I have like I don't know. I want it to be perfect. I just need to go and add to the people that I want to mod it for me in there. Because it's like, the thing is, I think it's like, I haven't opened it because I know that when I open it, I will be too anxious to participate in my own server. At this rate, I'll open my Discord before you, probably. I will say, like, I don't know how I would go about doing, like, the watch parties. 'Cause, like, I'd probably be just like, I'd probably be like muted, which I don't know. I feel like that would ruin the fun of it. Would it? Or would that be fine? Because most of the time that, like, I'm not streaming, my elf is home, and my elf has speakers. They don't have headphones like me. So, like, I would have a lot of background noise is my biggest worry for watch parties. And I feel like that's just like a silly excuse, but it's just like, I don't know. A VC channel set up on my Discord, yeah. But yeah, I feel like that, I don't know. Like, I feel like muted would ruin the fun of it, but also, I wouldn't want to have that much background noise during watch parties, you know? I don't know. I don't know. Anxiety keeps me from doing things. And it's very frustrating. Heckin' most likely having, like, rejection sensitive dysphoria or something. Seems very likely. Do. Set noise gate. I don't know if that would work though. Turn on press to talk. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll figure out something once it opens. The year is 2055. Xephoria has finally opened their Discord server. It is closed out of anxiety in 5 minutes. I'm gonna put a little try there. Man, Kikoa has just like a very chill sense with her music, even though you know something bad is happening in them. I just realized I haven't, like, I didn't really say anything for a good moment. I was just lost in the song. 100%. Okay. I think we've finished changing where the meshes were. Let me save that real quick. The year is 2055. Rocket has long since conquered the world and is labeled the best ruler in Zap. Fucking Giant has yet to open their Discord server. Maybe someday. Oh gosh, it's 3:30. No wonder I was just zoning out. Okay. Okay, I guess we can take a break. As I am just lost in my thoughts. My goodness. Today is a day. Anyway, we will be going and doing our BRB. So Eggy one, this is a good time to take a little break, get a little stretch and use the bathroom, get a snack, do what you need to do. And then we'll come back to this and hopefully do more than just add vertices to a horn. But yes, we will be back in 10 minutes. Okay, okay. No, 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 no. That's...
Welcome home, Sea King.
Sea King?
Oh. Is this your first time here?
Sorry. I'm not here as a customer.
But can
I
we?
need to talk to someone about something.
Or, Veronica, can we not fight anymore, please? Can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure you're scared, I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. Oh my god. No. Veronica. Please don't leave me alone. You were all I could trust. I can't do this alone. Still, I will if I must. It has us roll down there because the pathway is too small for us to get through again. That cat's being carried by a crow. I'll save you. Oh jeez. Oh no. Oh no. I'm stuck. No. No. Get me out of here. No. Okay, I'm gonna go this way. Bye. Banger. What if the government made you a nerd? Okay. As if you didn't just say you forgot what it was.
It's 10:22 p.m. Not that late, but I wanted to sleep at 9:30. Oh, okay. Oh, yes! How dare you! Oh gosh.
Yeah, no, this has been going on for a while.
Dang, I think I caused that.
Yeah, this is.
Oh gosh.
What did you do?
I think I have. Okay. I will go ahead and go over to the BRB screen with my little clip show. I will be back in about 10 minutes. I will have a thing set up. All that remained was the Emperor's capital city of Harakin. Okay, bye! I told you guys about war! Wasn't that fun, kiddos? Bye! Merry Christmas! Whee! Let's see. Oh, there's sparklies over here. It might be the water, though. Which we will crash into! Man, I am very high up.
My nose.
Okay. They're dead now. The cheese. I can't believe we just killed those people. Whoops. I didn't have my my game zoom thing. Just there we go, real quick. But yeah, this whole area seems like a part that would. Why am I in hell? What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? What? Okay, why am I here?
Zero is among us.
Bum, 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 bum. Come on, Froggy. Froggy. That is not followers of you. Let me see. Can I? There we go. We'll just gonna. Oh. I was hoping we could fish there, but understandable. Froggy. No, wrong way. Froggy. Please. I implore you. Froggy. No, you're not Froggy! Anyway. Not for 7, but for another Final Fantasy with a cute mommy. Delicious boobies!
Oh God!
What a song!
God, just let me get in those movies one time!
Me too, Danny, me too. Okay, oh, sorry, I bonked you guys. I need to see if Crimson is still in chat. Okay, he is. Oh no. Waits in fear for the clips. I can't. Scared? Why? Hey, Rachel, I wanna take your eyes. Your peepers. Hmm? Oh, Rachel, your peepers are so beautiful. But but they're stricken with fear, reduced to such dullness. It saddens me. Show me the true beauty of your eyes. Will awakening from the nightmare restore the beautiful tranquility of that blue moon in your peepers? Oh no! Oh no! I thought I fixed that. Oh no! Let me in. Let me in. It looks like there's a man standing there. Hello? You're moving. Ah, hello. No, wait, I want to do that again. Little sponge who hates its $4.99 life. When you can be a big shot, big shot, big shot. That's right. Now's your chance to be a big shot. And I have just the thing you need. That's hyperlink blocked. You want it? Or you want it. You want hyperlink blocked, don't you? Well, have I got the deal for you. All you have to do is show me your heart-shaped object. You're lightner, aren't you? You've got the light. Why don't you show it off? Don't you want to be a big shot? Haha, I finished the generator.
No!
What you get for taunting it?
Wait. Oh, you're so fancy. You're a fancy little Wraith.
Oh, the hook's right there.
Go to generator.
But he's just a little fancy lad.
So good.
Ooh woo.
That's a creepy way to cry.
Bah. Nah. Nah. Got the path of potassium. Oh no, I missed one! Bah. Nah. Nah. I'm looking like Banana Man over here. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, where am I?
Button and my buh.
That.
And we are back. Hopefully everybody had a good break.
Figured I would restart the song when we got back.
There we go. Okay. But yeah, I do need to play more
More games, honestly. Okay, so now we can work on the angles. Let's work on angle X first. Let's see, the inside is gonna be a little more like this, honestly. Yes, Bailey is looking. I'll state this again, it's worth it. Look it up, Spamton's Neutrinoise. Let me look at that. How did I get 2 notifications during my break? Oh, that was one of the things that that one of the fake ads during the sweepstakes. Yeah. that whole thing was wild, honestly. I don't know if this will actually look good or not. But oh gosh, that does not look good. Let me see. Oof, yeah, definitely not. Horn is made out of a marshmallow, yeah. Let's see, if we kind of go at it a little slower, it might look a little bit better. Oh man, that won't stay selected. That's fine, that's fine. Just suck, don't blow into the nozzle, yeah. Oops. Just little movements. Do 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 do. So during the break I was kind of theorizing, and it's just like I feel like Goda is gonna be like the biggest what would be the word? The biggest example of what was really going on? Maybe? Or point of reference, maybe. Considering Goda just, like, it's obvious that he just doesn't know what was going on at all. Like, he was not in on anything. So, like, I'm curious as to, like, how he interacted, I suppose, with Canon and Shannon. Let's see, move that over. But like, gosh, it really feels like it's something that I would have to like replay again, but it's just like that's so much information to replay through. I just have to go with what I know, like, now. I don't know. Okay. It's like, I think partially into the playthrough, I saw that it's just like some people would like actually take notes during like playing Umineko to like kind of figure out the mystery, and that probably would have been a good idea. All things considered. Goda was in on it the whole time. I don't think so. Like, especially because like he wasn't involved with knowing that Kinzo is dead. He was under the impression that Kinzo was still alive. Cause like he wasn't there when the death was like confirmed, and everybody was just like, okay, we can't let everybody know about this. I'm taking his money. We can't let them know until after I've built the new thing that will help us get more money. He was just like, yeah, what are you talking about, Kinzo being dead? Like, sure, I haven't talked to him in like a year, and that's kind of weird, but you know, like, he's really into his, like, you know, his occult studying. You can't be that dumb unless you're playing dumb. That's the tool you're using called. Well, I don't know. Goda might be. Like, I'm just very curious as to like how he was interacting with them. 'Cause like, this is gonna be a pain to make sure the corners look right for it. But this is fine. I'm intrigued by what you're doing. What's this process called? It's called moving it back and forth and making sure that it looks right with the angles. 'Cause like, let me unselect the horn. 'Cause like, I'm trying to have it like move side to side and look nice with like the limited layers that I've given it. And like, I'm kind of looking and being like, okay, what doesn't look quite natural? And a lot of it honestly doesn't look that natural. But like, yeah, it's just a lot of like going back and forth. But you know, I just have this what is it called? Deform brush tool. I could probably move that down a little bit actually. Making it look like it's turning and not dragging the image, yeah. Because like, you can see from this angle, like it's just moving, but it's like in the same angle. So with this, I'm trying to make it look like it's actually being angled. But like, there's still a few pieces that it's just like, it looks like it's kind of inverted. And I'm also holding down shift, so it'll only move along the angle that I'm dragging it to. That it's moving along a line, so that way it's not like moving a whole bunch. Okay, Deform brush tool, I'll have to remember that, yeah. Like, let me, somehow the view, I think, changed during break. So let me take it out of studio mode and try scooting it down a little bit. There we go. Does that help a little bit more? If I if I make it smaller, then it's gonna have some blank space, but I can have it like that. Or I can maybe... There we go. There's still a little bit cut off, but a majority of it is on screen. But yeah, it's this tool right here. This one that's flashing. If that helps any. Mas. I'm still just trying to think, 'cause like, just like, imagine it was George. It's just like, we know that he's willing to kill his family to marry Shannon. I'm pretty sure that's not the answer though. Despite how long I've used Live 2D, I've never looked into more than I have for making sure a transformation was possible. Yee! Cause like, I'm doing, the thing with the gremlins is like, it's possible to do it in the free version, so so that's what I'm doing. I'm using the free version because mine was 100% with the free version. I'm pretty sure. If there was any part that wasn't in the free version, it was just so that the textures would look nice. I might actually pay for a month towards the end of the process for this one. But for now, I am doing what I can with the free version, so I'm using less deformers. But this way I can kind of get more detailed in the movement. Also, I took advantage of the free trial, or not the free trial, but the comeback campaign free playtime for Final Fantasy this last weekend. And like, I was so close to getting to Endwalker content, but I at least got through a lot of the in-between stuff. And I now understand people liking Grahatia a little bit more. I mean, give him a...
No, it's fine, Rocket.
It is all good. I heard Grahatia. Yeah. I was saying I was going... I took advantage of the comeback campaign thing for 14 and just kind of went through the like patch stuff that's in between Endwalker and Shadowbringers. And now I see how good Grahatia is. Because before it's just like, he's not bad. But like, at a point it's just like, okay, he a good boy. Post Shadowbringers, yeah. He's a good boy, yeah. He's just trying to do his best, yeah. And it's like his little like movements and stuff is just like, it's cute. And especially afterwards it's just like, should I not been as formal as I should have been? I mean, like, I know that we're like on the same team and we should be seeing each other on like the same thing, but like, was I a little too comfortable? Should I have been a little bit more formal? It's just like, baby. It was very, very cute. Let me see. It's like this little area. You can't see my cursor. But like, it's just this one little area that's being ornery with me. You want to offer a promotion? No, get out of here. Right, immediately jail. I've got an offer you can't refuse. It's a bunch of bots. Give me money. It's like, no. A little bit more in this area, I think, should do it. There's still that like one space that looks off. Is it just me? Is it just the fact that the lines are going around it? Maybe if I zoom out a little bit. It's somewhere like right here. Maybe, whoops. It's annoying that if you double click it too fast, it'll open that up. Maybe? We're getting close. Getting close, Eggies. Little top part too. Oh gosh, that needs to be maybe like that.
You go, Defoco.
Ooh, I wonder if the demo songs for Teto's new voice are on here actually.
Teto.
Why is Teto at the end of line? Okay. I don't know if it's on here or not. How would I search it? Synth V Teto? I think it might be a little bit before that's gonna be on Spotify, if anything.
Also, thank you for the lurk. RGB enjoys.
Okay. Let's see. We're just gonna be kind of more vague with the back horn. Let me see, like that, maybe? Maybe? This is the secret for anybody that's wanting to get into live 2D stuff, is it's a lot of back and forth. And it's just like, it's a lot of trial and error until you actually like have it, I think. Always room to learn, honestly, is the biggest thing. But I think that's the thing for most creative things. There's always room to learn a new technique. Let's see, off to the side is going to be a little bit... maybe not as complicated, but we'll see. Kind of have to have to kind of do a similar thing going this way. Because honestly, if I try to reflect motion, I feel like it's not going to end well. Actually, I kind of want to see what it's going to do if I do that. I'm going to undo it immediately after, but let's see what it does. Ooh. See, I knew it was going to be bad. I didn't think it was going to be that bad. Okay. It's like, I don't even know what it wanted to try and do there, but it obviously did not achieve it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, another thing with Live 2D, if you try to reflect motion, it'll sometimes work. Most of the time it doesn't. And synthesizing those corners, oh gosh, is another thing entirely. and just watch magic happen. Yeah. Because honestly, like, live 2D rigging is magic. As much as we are trying to disprove magic with Umineko. 'Honestly, I feel like Live 2D isn't like too far away from 3D modeling. It's just boneless 3D modeling. 3D modeling, but boneless. Ooh, does that actually look really good? The tip of the horn is a little rough, but honestly, like, look at it go. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to synthesize the motion for this. Oh gosh, or not synthesize the corners. Well, anyway. Oh, I wanted to... What was it? I wanted to, like, make these not as dramatic. Because as silly as this looks, it should probably be, like, maybe more here. Just wah 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 wah. Just wah. Aww. I'm realizing that I forgot to get myself a snack during the break. But that is okay. Oh gosh, that needs to actually be kind of wider in the middle. Oh gosh, this is gonna be tough. Maybe if we, like, move it like that, it'll give a sense of roundness. This part goes like that. Well, that works, kind of, actually. It's a little crunchy, though. So maybe we'll add more of those. I am possibly hyperfixating on these angles. Maybe. Well, didn't want to do that. Just kind of cleaning it up a little bit. Doesn't look too bad.
My goodness. Yeah, look at that horn in comparison to the one in the back.
I feel like that's pretty good. Na, 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 mean.
Just gonna have it play like random angles.
Belly and movement.
Although the cheek puff is a little scuffed. Oh, I also need to do the tongue part. We'll figure that out. Okay. Now to do a similar thing with the up and down. You do face things,
Yes. Little face things.
What if I just had you look? Just look at the horn being manipulated. It would do that, right? Something like that. All things considered, I probably should have, probably should have done this in a few more layers. But that's okay. See, that needs to move a little bit higher, methinks. There we go. Sorry, I was just seeing that was not looking that great. So I figured I would fix it in detail. Probably could have cut something in that area a little bit better, but that's okay. Wonder how. I'm trying to think of like when to go on to the next episode, onto episode 7. I don't think I'm doing a good job on the up. So let me just let me kind of undo what I just did. Let's do.
Let's do the down a little bit first instead. Okay, you're moving too far off to the side, I think. Because part of me, like, part of me feels like we should take like a little break from Umineko before going on to the next chapter, but like another part of me is like, no, I want to continue right now. But I don't know.
I don't know.
I was almost worried I wasn't gonna mute in time. Did I mute in time? I hope I muted in time. Feel like I'm looking in a mirror. I can't remember who I am. Everything's a blur. Take me over. I'll become what you like. This is what you wanted, right? Then if I's all I've known, I have teach myself to let go.
I don't know.
Starting to talk like you do. Oh gosh. Kind of getting there, but I do not like how that looks. Okay, let me undo that and let's work on something else. Don't know what necessarily to work on though. Let's work on the braid instead. Oh right, I have the hair locked. Da, 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 da. I don't feel like manually redoing this, so I'm just gonna I'll just do it like this. I can't remember who I am. Everything's a blur. Take me over. Let me see. That kind of works. Let me just take those away. Gonna be that, gonna
Whoa, be kind. Whoa. Oh, my mic is buzzing. Okay, I think that's better. Yeah, maybe? Okay, there we go. It's like I just look over and my levels are like in the middle of the green while I'm not doing anything, and it's like, oh no. Hopefully it wasn't doing that for too long. One of you Iggies would tell me, right? What happened? My mic was going buzzy, as far as I could tell on the levels. I don't know if it was actually audible or not. Didn't hear anything? Okay. Couldn't tell. Okay. Maybe it was maybe it was quieter than the music. But I fixed it anyway, just in case. Music might also cover it a bit if it's low enough. Yeah. Bald. Just temporarily. Um... Gosh, that might have been a little too much there. I can spell right now. I feel that sometimes. I know whenever I'm in Psych's stream, there's always like some typo that comes through and he's just like, Xephoria, are you okay? And I'll be like, my phone. Or like my brain isn't braining. Let me see, does that look okay? Just needs a little bit of cleanup. There have been a few times where like I would just typo. No, it wasn't from typos, it was for me being a little silly in his chat. There have been a few times where he'd be like, Zeph, are you drunk? And it's just like, I don't do that. I don't partake in the alcohol. I need to edit something in here. Let me just do it like that. This part's gonna probably be covered with actual, like, more hair, right? I always bully my spelling right.
It's like my stuff's still at least understandable. It's not that bad. But he always bullies. But that's okay. We can tell he does it in jest. Oof. That got crunchy right there. Oh gosh. How do okay. We need to fix that as well. Let me just do this way. You know, I was gonna be like, yeah, let's just casually do this, and I'm just being like, maybe we should have gone at least a little detailed. Okay, I think it's already kind of looking better. Okay. It's not perfect, but it's gonna be behind hair for the most part. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, boom. Okay. Gonna kind of go into more detailed movement for these. Oops. Watched the new anime here recently. I've only watched Only Mai recently. I added quite a few things to my to-watch list, but I can at least say that I watched and finished Only Mai. So there's that. What other things did I have in my it's not gonna lag the stream if I open all these tabs, right? Oh gosh, I can close a few of these. Let me see. So the things that I have in my to-watch for this year are Ars no Kyoju, Ayakashi Triangle. I don't remember what like most of these are. Buddy Daddies looked cute. AU. Oh wait, like I could just Reborn the Master, the Blade from Hero King to Extraordinary Squire Girl. I think I added some like isekais for some reason. High card. Hikari no O. Kori zokusei danshi to cool na doryu joshi. So the ice guy and his cool female colleague. Kubo won't leave me invisible or let me be invisible. Mononogatari. Nier, of course. Adventurers who don't believe in humanity will save the world. Tale of Outcasts. Kaina and the Great Snow Sea. Angel Next Door spoils me run. That one's another isekai. Spy Magical Revolution of the Reincarnate. I feel like I was very tired when I added a lot of these to my list of things to watch. Oh, Tomo-chan wa onna no ko, because that looked cute. Trigun. Tsundere Villainous. Dangers in My Heart. I don't know. I feel... Sorry, I just looked through all that list and I was just like... It's like I added... What? What did I add to my list of things to watch? My list is too big to manage at this point. I wish I had my middle school and high school anime binging power still. Right? Same. Because I have like a giant list. That was only the stuff for this year so far. I have I'm calling myself out. I have bookmarks in folders per year between like now and 2010, and I have like a few that are pre-2010. I have a category of dubbed, and I have a category of started. I don't know when the last time I touched the started category. But I feel that, to be honest, right? Because it's like in the started, I have Hero Academia 5th season apparently is where I left off on. Handmaid May, which I remember I was just listening to as background noise. The Kerero Gunso dub, because I wanted it as background noise and I don't remember where I left off initially. I haven't watched the last episode of the first season of Dragon Maid yet. I have Little Witch Academia, all of the Madoka Magica movies, the 2nd season of Maria Holic, Mob Psycho the 2nd season, Noragami. I feel like Nyanko Days I'm not interested anymore, so I can take that away. There's one that has a really long title and I'm afraid of what it is. Oh, that one. I watched that one while I was sick. Show by Rock. I think that was the 2nd season. I know I finished the 1st season, I'm pretty sure. Space Dandy, Toradora, Uma Musume, which, like, I don't know. Watamote. Like, there's so many things that I've left unfinished. I remember Noragami being good, right? I remember liking it while I was watching it. I just, like, haven't finished it. I think it was a case of, like, I started watching it. I messed up. I didn't set the angle for this. No. But I think I, like, started watching it while I was house sitting. And I just haven't had a chance to continue it yet. I think that's what happened. Because that's a case for Toradora as well. Is I started watching that while house sitting and then never finished it. You listed her on my on my list too. Oh my gosh. And those are of the things that I have started, and that wasn't even the full list. Well, what did I do? I don't know what I did right there. Yeah, does anybody have any, like, Oh, I have this at a weird angle. Does anybody have any like recommendations for like some good ones to check out that may or may not already be on my list? I've been rotating, watching Way of the House Husband, ooh, Seven Deadly Sins, and Record of Ragnarok as of late. I've been hearing a lot of things about like Seven Deadly Sins, and I don't think any of what I've heard is bad. So like, I don't know. That's just one of the ones that like I keep hearing about, but I haven't added to any lists. But like, I still need to check out Way of the House Husband. The episodes are really short, right? Because I have some of the. I'm not liking how this is looking. Because I have the manga up to. I think I just have the first 3 volumes. I can't see from over here. Has some good hype moments. There are a lot of small episodes in one episode. Okay. Because yeah, I heard that the creator was like, I kind of want you to have the same vibe with the anime that I have in the manga. So that makes sense. Because they're really short series, or short, like, they're not quite 4 comas, but like, I don't know. It's just, it's really chill. Yeah, I think I have, it's either the first 2 or the first 3, and every time we go to Barnes & Noble, they're out of the one that we need. But like, we want to, even though it's like not too important to have them all in order, like we still want to get them in order. I don't know, we silly. It gets a little samey though, yeah. But I feel like that, I don't know. I don't know if I would say it works for a manga, but like, I don't know. I'm still like, so they're remaking the first season of Hanako-kun, and like I feel like that was like, it's like a very interesting move, because like the only thing that they did was like reorganize the events of some things, but like a lot of people are saying that like with how they did it, it like messes with being able to do the next pieces. But like, I don't know. I would have liked to just get a second season, but depending on what they do with a remake of the first season, I guess it's not too bad. It's just very surprising that they're doing it after like barely 3 years. But I don't know. Because the thing that happens in the end, before I was getting the mangas and actually reading them, at first I thought it was like a filler episode, but then it's like it was something that happened like earlier that they just decided to leave in or put in later. I don't know. It's very interesting. I'm just like, I'm curious if they're like reanimating everything or if they're just like basically re-putting it in the right order. I'm not really sure. I'm getting to do a small rent real fast. How the hell did the second season of Ragnarok save the show? What? A small rant real fast. How the hell did the second season of Ragnarok save the show? I don't know. Well, I never watched Ragnarok, so. What's very interesting is like there's definitely like a lot of animes out there that have like kind of messed up like something one way or the other at like bigger amounts than what people are saying that the Hanako studio did. If that makes sense. Cause like back when I was like, you know, back in my past of being a Fujoshi or whatever, in my dark past, there was this one anime called Loveless, which was definitely a thing. There was neat concepts in there, but it's definitely a thing of like, but like, it was very interesting because like, if I remember right, like the manga like went quite a ways like past where the anime ended, but it was just like they didn't like either like that part wasn't out for the manga quite yet, or they just like didn't plan at all on ever making the next season for it. So it's just like they just had this whole like dream sequence of that the main character had of like, oh, like everything bad is happening. Oops, it was a dream sequence anyway. Everything is fine. But like I remember there was like a scene that like their house was on fire or something. It was very weird. I feel, did that one get concluded? I feel like at one point they said that that was like on an indefinite hiatus. Let me see. I'm curious now. Manga. The first session's pacing was kind of bad. It's a show where gods and man fight each other, the survival of the human race. And they would keep cutting away from combat with third-person announcer voice that completely killed the pacing and stopped all combat. Oh no, the second season got rid of that and made the fights more impactful. Anyway, watching Jack the Ripper fight Hercules in a recreation of 1950 London was fun. Oh my gosh. That sounds wild. Let me see. Narok. Anime. Let me get a visual of it. Oh. Those do be mans. Definitely seems very action-y. Oh my gosh, it's recent too. Oh my gosh. That's very recent. Wow. Okay, let me see. Original run present? Wait, for that Loveless anime is still not, or the Loveless manga series is still not done? Okay, the last update was 2017, 2018, so that would have had to been, it has to be on like an indefinite hiatus, right? Also, hello nobody. We are getting distracted. Okay, let's see. It doesn't say anything really about it being on a hiatus, but it still says it's ongoing. When did this? Gremlin rigging gremlin yee! Rigging a Bailey gremlin. What? Now it's a gremlin rigging a gremlin, yes. Yes. Look here, I think the way they portrayed Jack the Ripper was hot. I'm a bit sucker for numbering villains. I mean, honestly. I do not blame you. I may look angry, but I do not blame you. I'm curious, so was that still going on? I'm very curious. What? Anyway, the must get cleaned. Okay. The series is slated to end with volume 15, with just 2 books remaining since the... Huh. How... It must be on like on a hiatus, or they're just like working really hard on the next volume. I'm surprised that that series isn't done yet. I'm doing good. Yeah, we got to the end of episode 6 for Umineko, and so we're taking a little break to rig. I don't know how long I want the break to be before we go to episode 7. As I was saying earlier, it's just like part of me wants to take like a little break to like theorize or something, but like another part of me is just like, no, we need to go right back into it. But like, I don't know. Because I know, like, since we're gonna be getting a lot of answers here, I feel like I'm not gonna want to take a break between episode 7 and 8 once we get to there. So I feel like now is a good like intermission moment for it. I don't want to get like too off the thing. Give me theories. I think Battler is going to battle. Maybe. So so there was actually so at the end it's like it's basically not including Erika, there's 16 people technically. Because with Kinzo being dead from the start, that knocked down the 18 to 17. So that means that there's one person that's not actually there. And the biggest hint was the Duel of Love. With basically like one love can't really happen, or like only one love can happen. The three of them can't simultaneously happen. Which basically, I don't know the how done it of it. But basically implies that Canon, Shannon, and Beatrice are all the same person. Maybe Beatrice is not part of it, but you know. I don't know how. I don't know the how done it. But you know. Totally not typing in the shower. I think of 1 week break would be good to get your thoughts settled before the next chapter. Yeah. I feel like I feel like the 1 week probably is a good idea. I just don't know what I would do in that 1 week. But we'll figure it out. I always figure something out. Even if it's last minute. But yeah, I don't know. For the case of murders, though, that's still... that's still like a question mark? That's still a big question mark. Who's singing these things? Oh, okay. Of course it's the two twins. But yeah, I'm trying to like remember of like how the characters all interacted with like Canon and or Shannon. Cause like I'm trying to remember how they interacted them in the I believe it's the 4th game. I could be wrong, but the one where oh gosh, I keep questioning if it was the 4th game or the 5th game where they were locked in the essentially the well. Oh my gosh, I keep messing up. I keep adjusting things without having it actually be like that. Okay. Because that one, Canon and Shannon were in the same room as the adults. I cannot remember if that was the one where heckin' Kraus, if he was kidnapped in that scene or not. Because I think it was the one that it was. That's why it makes me think that it was the 5th page. No, it was the 4th game. I remember. I remember it was the 4th game, because in the 5th game, it was just like, hey, Natsuki, you have to hide. you have to hide. I know that your favorite season is the fall. Can you give this little nobody a recap of the end of the latest episode? Okay, so Okay. So, what do you know from this current episode so that way I know what to not go over? So that way I don't miss anything that you don't know, but also don't, like, re-go over. Unless that'd be okay. I don't know. I don't know why, but the furniture not being people thing keeps yelling at me that it's important. Yeah. Because because of them being not a full person. They are at least half a person, if not like a third of a person, between Canon and Shannon. On like whether or not Canon and Shannon are also Beata is a thing that I don't know if that is an actual thing or if I'm just grasping at straws there. But like, I don't know, because it's like, I really wish that like one of the tea parties had like a really quick recap on everything. Because it's like each of these episodes were like initially released like a year apart from each other. So like, I feel like it would have helped. Battler is marrying Etika. He does want to marry. He's very sad about. Canon-kun took a bullet to the head. The ring hurts a lot. Yeah, the very sus ring hurts a lot. Okay, so okay, so with the marriage, that was in a different timeline. So the couples of George and Shannon, Jessica and Canon, and Battler and Beato all had to do a trial of love to basically be like whose love is the strongest, essentially. But like actually not really, because only one of them can exist. The others will not. And like this is something that like Shannon and Canon like kind of knew from the beginning. And so, you know, they had to kill to prove their love. Which was basically the first Twilight of this game, and more or less the only Twilight. Pretty much, because the game like paused like soon after that. And so they're like, well, we can't have all of you be here. Battler wasn't able to show up for the next thing because, you know, he was locked in the room. What do you think about it? This chapter was kind of all over the place in terms of like the timeline. It kept hopping from like present to future to present, past, all the bat, right on the money. Think of that for a bit. And then you know, they had to kind of like play around with the plan, basically, because it's just like, oh yeah, any of the people who were the bodies, who weren't actually dead could have like helped Battler out of here. Oh, thank you.
Oh, hello, Frizzle Spock.
Frizzle Sprock.
Totally not a name that I recognize.
Eyebrow wiggle. And then Etika was just like, ha, bet that's not true because I killed them all. I double tapped everybody. And then it's just like, oh heck, well somebody would have had to save me. No, never would you recognize the name. No, absolutely not. Never. Never in a million years. But how are you doing? We're talking about Umineko, which there's a lot. but I'm doing a recap of the last one for nobody. And then the demon twins were like, well, since Battler's locked in the room, he can't really participate in this, so Beato is disqualified, not apparently, but like pretty much. And then right, always double tap. Doing good, tired from work, understandable. And then it's like, okay, so yeah, since Battler's not here, then Beato is disqualified. Oh heck, that needed to be attached to that rip. Actually, I don't think I moved it all that much. It shouldn't be too bad. And so it's like, okay, so now we're just on the 1x1. And then Kenan and Shannon were like, yeah, we'll do this. And then after Kenan basically lost, both him and Beato started fading. Which is a big clue. Did that play? Did Kiryu show up? I don't think he did. I don't think I heard him. But maybe my music's too loud. It ain't my redeem. How dare! Heckin' Trigger Fire. I will fight you. I will fight you, Trigger Fire. I will throw hands with you. I will move all of my redeems from you onto heckin' Mix It Up, I swear. Let me see. Can I just... Is there a way to have it just play? Let me do this. Did that work? No? Trigger Fire? I will throw hands. I will 100% throw hands with you, Trigger Fire. At least that works. Thank you. For the hydrators, I'm getting pelted. Oh gosh. I don't know why it's broken. I wish it wasn't broken. But hello, Lori. Let me see. I don't know why it doesn't like to work. What else? Okay. Whoops. Wait. Why am I over there? Dog is very entertained. Yes, I'm very entertained to dogs. Okay, Majima's there. Why was Kiryu not there? My goodness. My goodness. Everything. Okay. Then why is this not working? Kiryu. Okay, it's a little late, but you got it. He's very small. Oh, we'll make it bigger. There we go. A little late, but late's better than never. Okay. At least we got Trigger Fighter to work.
Oh no!
Anyway. I'm wondering if that's too big of a scene. Oh well. Yeah, Majima is everywhere. The source of misery is infused with flesh and bone. Let me see. We'll move that to look a little bit better. And then we were also shown a scene. I'm just going through of everything for you, nobody, because I don't know like what things you maybe have seen that you might have forgotten. Outside of the ring hurting, but I think the song is messing with my brain. But Canon had this whole talk with Miyuto after the two of them faded away. And we were basically shown a scene of I think it was like technically technically a memory from Miyuto. I don't remember how it was presented to us. But it was a memory of Battler basically telling somebody what his ideal woman would be. And it basically described Beatle. And we could tell that this was like, you know, sometime from the past. In theory, 6 years ago. And then everything became clear to Beato, and then she was just like, "Oi, oi, Erica, I got an answer for you. You be back my mans." Meanwhile, Canon goes to save Battler and get him out of the room. Basically, like, you know, swap places with him, and then finished disappearing. And, you know, there's this whole thing of, you know, now Canon's the Schrodinger's cat, essentially. But nothing was said one way or the other about Shannon. However, there were seals on both of the rooms. But, you know, Erica didn't ask about those. That or she did in the previous one, but I don't think she did in this time, so I don't know. I don't... It's like there's still something wrong with the hair here. Once I add physics to the hair, it won't look as bad, maybe, but I still want to make it look nice before adding physics to it, you know? Oh, and then in the end of them in the end of them basically like showing up Etika, they're just like, even with you showing up here, there's still only 17 people. Was the biggest thing. But yeah. I'm just trying to like figure out the minor details. I guess like the perspective for the scenes is the most important thing. I just had a thought. Would no, I feel like the this might not be even relevant. This I might be like just jumping. I might be jumping the gun and like grabbing onto something that's not that important. Were there any scenes that didn't necessarily have Canon, Shannon, or Beatrice there? Is that a thing, or am I overthinking? God, I said that in the episode. Yee! In other episodes or this one? In any of them, yeah. Cause like, I get, yeah, in other ones, because I know in this one there were a few scenes that there was just like Etika. They do go show up together. Ooh. There have been times where there's only like one or the other, but like those are very few. Like there's the date that Shannon went with George on, and then the date that Cannon went to Jessica's school with. They were definitely together in the jail cell. But not with Battler, I think. I meant to go back and confirm someday, but I haven't done it. Interesting. Well, there was... there were a few times, I think, that they were separate with Battler, I think. Like the one main scene that's coming into my mind, is the scene in either the first or second chapter episode thing where he's just like, "I'ma touch your booba," and then he just doesn't. Because he's just like, "Hey, when someone does this, you do have consent in a situation like this. You don't have to let me do this." Like I have the genetic thing that I do have to touch booba, but like you can say no. You can punch me. You can punch me like across the room. You don't Man, back in simpler times, honestly. Battler really has changed over the span of all these episodes. Right, I didn't actually expect to get this far. Like I zoned out. What did you say? We were talking about like I had asked if there were any scenes that weren't necessarily from either Canon, Shannon's, or Beato's perspectives. Or Balor's, I guess, also counts. Erica, like, kind of counts in this situation. I don't know. Because I'm, like, trying to think if there were any scenes that didn't involve, like, at least one of them. And then it's the thing of, Canon and Shannon do show up together, but not with Balor, I think. And it's just like, well, I don't know, actually. I don't know. Balor being very horny. Beatrice shows up in episode 2 straight up. Yeah. Like, 100% is there. In the first episode, she just shows up in the end, correct? After Natsuhi fires. Yeah. So, and that's, See, Canon was the 4th Twilight for the first game, I think. Wait, no, Kinzo was. Canon was the 5th Twilight.
Oh, thank you! Hello, Raiders! Welcome! Thank you, Case Unit, for raiding me once again. How are you doing?
Hopefully my bot works this time. Yay, it did!
Oh, more Lobotomy Corporation. I see.
Didn't realize you were streaming. It's okay. That happened also with with Bailey. It didn't tell her until like 3 hours into the stream.
But yes, hello Raiders. We were playing Umineko earlier, but now we're just kind of chatting about it and also rigging a little Yukuri gremlin model for Bailey. It is coming along. Let me make sure everything. Hello, can I have everything visible? There we go. But yes, it is a work in progress, as you can tell from some of the angles. Thank you for gifting a sub, nobody.
Really need to make a Discord, so I stop this. I know. We were talking about that earlier too. We were joking around like, oh yes, it is the year 255, and Xephoria is just now opening the Discord. This is little potato Bailey. Yeah, it's the little gremlin Bailey. Let me, I'm gonna do random poses. It's a little scuffed, but it's coming along. I need to make the mouth not as dramatic for the angles.
But yes, we are just vibing. We're listening to some Vocaloid music and doing some rigging.
Wait, there's a Discord? No, not yet. I mean, technically, but like it's not open yet because I'm baby. Random shower thought turning to question. Which character from Umineko would win Total Drama Island? No magic allowed. Oh, no magic allowed. Ooh, that's a tough one. It would have to be one of the adults, right? I don't know. Bailey's already a gremlin, so this is accurate to the person. Yeah. Kire. Honestly, yeah. I could see that. I can see that 100% for Kire. I was initially gonna be like my first thought was Natsuhi, and then I immediately was like, no, it would not be Natsuhi. What's going on? Hello, Mal. We finished episode 6 of Umineko, and so now we're rigging. And also we had a raid earlier, so I was just talking and my brain just was flying at 1,000,000 miles per hour. But yes, because my brain is heckin' theorizing. Just uses Bailey as a puppet. Natsuhi would just be constantly bullied by Ava and Kire 100%. I feel like Ava would last a while, but yeah, I think Kire would definitely win Total Drama Island. I totally wasn't asleep. Oh Ooh, there's a little gap there. So I need to fix that. Just scoot that up a little bit. No. I don't want to edit the vertices. There you go. That's better. But yes. And now we don't have all of the answers, but we're kind of theorizing. Or I'm theorizing out loud either way. Wait. Was it this one? Oh, it was. Ava actually likes her son, whereas Kire has no attachments. Right? She's just like, yeah, he's neat, but like, I'll kick his butt. She would find a way to bully Ava somehow, yeah. And like, Rosa wouldn't stand a chance. She would lose and 100% blame Maria. She'd be like, you're the reason that I lost, smack. Such a shame. Such a shame that that's what Rose has been reduced to. But would Battler win? Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Depends on which Battler we're talking about. If we're talking about like beginning of the series Battler, if we're talking about like current Lord Battler or Game Piece Battler. Because I feel like current Battler, sure, I can see it. Beginning of the game Battler, I don't know. I don't know if he would, honestly. But what if Rosa was actually nice and they gaslit us? Oh my gosh, can you imagine? Can you imagine? It's just like she never beat her child. It was 100% a delusion. I mean, like, she was definitely nice at the end of the second game. She did buy her all those dolls. That's true. And reknit them. Now I'm really wondering, like, was that a delusion? It's like everybody was just heckin' being like, oh gosh, can you imagine? Like she must beat her child. Like that's the only explanation or something. Rosa has her moments, but Homegirl needs therapy 100%. When you do episode 8, make sure you do all the puzzles right. There are some hidden bits about all the characters in there. Oh gosh. I will do my best. I will 100% attempt my best. Okay. I feel like that's looking better. Still a little roughness, but we got a little bit. Okay, now we need to fix up these angles. I mean, if you fail, it will tell you. Just have to scum it. Oh, wait, it actually gives us like choices to see if we're right. I like that. I like that actually. I'm glad. Makes me think of the tips for Higurashi, where it's like it gives you the choice between the two boxes, and one has the piece of gum and one has the caramel, and it like once you do it the second time, it like calls out to that. That was a really nice touch, so I'm glad. I'm sweating right now at the mention of puzzles. I mean, like, the thing is, I like puzzles. My brain a little small though sometimes. I'll admit it. But I am looking forward to it. the Are the puzzles, is that in the next chapter or is it in is that in 8? I'm curious. Or are they in both? I guess since 8 is an epilogue. Oh, okay. So it is an 8. Okay. I think it would have been fun if it was in 7. Of just like, you are not allowed to see the rest of the story until you get this right. It also has a challenge from Ryokishi directly. Ooh. To solve a whole murder case. Oh gosh. I feel like I'm less confident on that, but I will attempt. I will surely attempt. It's pretty cool. It sounds really fun, actually. I don't promise perfection, but I will surely attempt. I feel like I moved a bunch of stuff and didn't achieve anything with moving it. Let me see. I just realized I didn't set this up for this. Okay. I'm silly. That's why nothing was happening. It's cool that you can do rig on stream without lagging. It's fun to see the process. Yee! Because thankfully, this one's a smaller model. Because if I was updating this model right here, the one that's moving, it would lag 100%. 100% it would lag. Some of the times that I was saving this model, it would take like 10 minutes to export the model. Because Java's so stable. Java is the most stable thing out there. Totally no memory leaks with Java. But it's okay. It's fun. It's part of the process. Speaking of which, I should save real quick. There we go. Everyone knows of Java stability with Minecraft, right? No memory leaks from Java. But it's okay. We live. But yeah, my process is a lot of back and forth as well. I mean, heck, it took us like, what, an hour to like make this horn look nice, but also because I was kind of going into the vertices and making them look really nice, so that way the angles could be really nice. And heck, I might... Well, no, I don't think I redid the vertices that good on here. Did I not? I feel... Wait. I think I didn't like how I put the vertices on the hair and redid it. Because I'm silly.
But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to get to the next chapter of Umineko. But I will take the tiniest of breaks. Because I know that I'm going to want to go immediately
from 7 to 8, or at least I'm pretty sure I'm going to want to do that. I just don't know what I should take a break with. Something preferably not that long. Something that'll be like a week, maybe. And then I will very excitedly go back into Umineko. Okay, we'll put that over there so that way we don't have to see that little gap there. But yeah, I feel like I 100% am gonna have a moment where it's just like part of it is gonna surprise me. I know I don't 100% have everything. Let me just do that and save myself some time. I'm just gonna scoot those over there. Let me make that part invisible. Nope. This part. Nope. There we go. Just a little bit more. I'd have to practice Tekken. It will randomly pop up if there is more Umineko talk.
Okay, have fun with Tekken.
I'm still... Just immediately goes back into Umineko talk. I'm very curious as to like the part where it's like, was the featherine in the story you? And it's just like, where was the featherine in there? Did the story involve you being there, Anji? Talking to her? It could have been. But we'll figure that out. Because that's the main thing of like, what? I think feathering shows up a bit in the middle. I don't think they ever mention it again. Well, it's like, I don't know. It's like, I don't remember her like being on Little Genjima anywhere. The feathering / modern world stuff is the most confusing IMO. Ah, okay. Yeah. That part is like really strange. But it'll probably make more sense later on. Let me go ahead and move the shadow. I'm just gonna be lazy and just move it like that. There are lots of bits and pieces that don't add up for me. Okay. I mean, like, with a large story, I can understand that it's easy to have like a few things that are like a little missing here and there. I know if I did something on this scale, I definitely would miss something. Of just like, what's with this plot hole? It just is. But I don't know. Maybe something will. I don't know. not even plot holes. It's those types of random comments that they don't need to make. Ah. So less plot holes and more of like, why is this relevant? I see, I see. That ended up making sense with later reveals. Okay, okay. I suppose we will see. I think earlier, like, going off of what Risa was asking, does anybody have any good, like, current animes that they are watching? That I can add to my ever-growing, like, hundreds of heckin' bookmarks worth of things? Okay, let me go ahead and synthesize some coiners. Ancient Magnus Pride. That is in my list, yes. I believe Violet Evergarden is also in there. Oops. Synthesize corners. Okay, how does that look? It's not too bad, honestly. I'm excited Clannad for a good cry. Oh my gosh, Clannad was absolutely a good cry. I remember, like, I watched that forever ago, and that I like, just dango, 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 daikazoku. I feel like, oh gosh, I'm trying to remember, like, if there are other. I'm trying to remember, like, if there are any other ones that, like, gave me a good cry. Other than Clannad. Because I know there's, like, plenty of, like, games that I've played that I was just sitting there bawling. Heckin'. Oh gosh, so. There are 3 games that, like, immediately come to my mind that, like, I remember the ending made me cry. Heckin', Okami. I cried. I had like 2 waves of crying for Okami, because like something made me cry like right before that last boss fight, and then my parents were like, "Okay, we need to go get dinner. Come with me to heckin' Arby's while you're like crying your eyes out," and I'm like, okay. And then heckin' like I beat the final boss, and then heckin' Reset was playing, and I was like, and then Zero Escape, or well, technically 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. When I first did that ending, oh my gosh, I was crying so much. And Ghost Trick, the ending for that, oh my gosh, I think I beat that at the same time as I did 9 hours, 9 persons. So I was just like, I was just crying that week. Right, Ghost Trick's ending was so good. I'm so glad that they're like re-releasing it for Switch. Now other people can witness it. It was so good. Also need a good cry. Poco's Udon World into your eternity. I still need to watch To Your Eternity. Cried 3 times with Wad no Hara. I believe I cried once with Wad no Hara. Also, like, Wolf Children, I remember, made me cry like 3 times through the whole movie. I was sleep deprived, so that might have influenced a few extra cries, but I cried so much. Trying to believe Flaming into Rhythm. Yes, do it. I do want to ooh, some of these angles aren't that great for that little corner of hair. I want to try going about and replaying it, because like there's a lot of plot points that I've forgotten. Mom came home to me bawling my eyes out at the endings. Oh no. Don't know why whenever I think of Shake, my mind immediately goes to oh, Ghost Trick. My brain immediately goes to the 10-second death room puzzle. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't remember that. Like I'm getting I'm having the memory of like the ending of the game in my mind. And then of course, the one security guards dance.
I remember the little palm.
I remember there was the like one restaurant, I think, that like you had to go onto like the chandelier. I think I remember that one because I was having like a really rough time with that puzzle for some reason, just because of the timing. Man, I really do want to replay it. Okay, I need to move that a little bit. Maybe if we take the mid and kind of move it down a little bit. To be like very... Wait, does that even... Okay, that does go in front of that. It was the Rube Goldberg machine where the investigator opened... Oh, right! Oh, gosh. Yeah. Yeah, my goodness. Man, some of those puzzles were so difficult, but it was so satisfying actually, like, being able to get it done. Ghost Trick was so good. Okay. I think we've fixed the issue of the gap. I was stuck on that one for so long, yeah. I do hope that heckin' I'll be able to get it when it comes out. That comes out... When does that come out, actually? Ghost Trick Switch. Wait. Oh, is it already out? Oh no, a pre-order, okay. I was like, it's not already out, right? June. Okay, end of June. So maybe I'll have to see how my money is around that time up for a Switch version of Wind Waker. Hopefully. Like it wouldn't be that hard. Like, and especially considering that like they released it they released the remaster on the Wii U. It would make sense for them to re-release it on the Switch. Nintendo? That'd be a good idea. Wouldn't you say? As if Nintendo would watch my streams. Just like, hey, Nintendo, hey, I got a great idea for you. Re-release this game that was on the Wii U. It's fine. Also Twilight Princess, so I can also play that all the way through, yeah. Because I don't think I finished that either. Like, I don't remember to what point I played to, but I know I didn't beat it. So that would be a good excuse to actually finish it. I feel like there needs to be more movement in the hair strands other than just like that little bit. I'm trying to remember if there were like any other ones to make me cry in terms of video games, or I mean you Eggies watched me cry to Stray, so I mean so that's just a given. There's proof. Cause just like something about that just hit me. Oh, that's locked. Okay, that's why I can't click on it. Wait, did I? Maybe I did. I don't remember. Random thoughts. It's a random thought. It's magic that I can eat a pill and slap a piece of plastic on my torso in 6 years. I can be a magical girl protagonist, right? That do be magic. Oops. Like science, like honestly, science is progressing so fast, and that's really good. Cause like, right now slash like they're working on it, I think, but like soon, people will be able to transition like 100%. Like they'll be able to have like their reproductive things. I heard you can also like apparently like change your chromosomes. And it's just like, wow. We're progressing so much. It's like maybe not everything is bad. A lot of things are bad, but not everything. Cannot wait, actually, right? Whoops. Oh gosh, the sun is shining like right on me and making me really hot now. What the heck? I don't want it to be summer. I still need to play Stray, but I don't have the means to get it yet. Yeah, and I'm also focused on two different games. Yeah. Speaking of which, how are you doing with Yakuza? I know that you're like progressing a lot in Final Fantasy, which eventually I will be able to actually get more playtime and not have to be confined to 4 days. Cause like I was so close to Endwalker. That's a good amount, I suppose. It. Man, there's still a lot of things that just move really jankily. Especially the horn, considering I only worked on these 2 angles. But not these. But I will do that a little bit later. Na, 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 na. Let me see. The hair still looks so flat. I need to do more with it. Specifically that like little front bit needs something. Needs something. Maybe something like this might help a little bit. But I feel like almost this is gonna need like a little bit more work. Maybe? Not too bad, actually. Do you think Bailey would mind if I used your goblin head as a soccer ball? Oh no! I mean, you might have to ask Bailey. And I feel like I would think the horns would help like stabilize a little bit, maybe. Maybe. Probably not regulation. Probably not. Let me see. It's definitely something that needs to happen with the X and Y. Or the Y, necessarily. Ah. It's about to be like a song. You good? did you change your mind? I think if we kind of do something like this. It wouldn't really go like too inwards towards the bottom, but I'll add like a little bit. Oh, that makes the difference. Yes, okay. I feel like reflecting the motion might not work. No. It didn't go as badly as I thought it would, but it did not work how I wanted it to. Okay, we can have this go like that. Yeah, that's what that needed. That's what that needed. Woo! Could not find Mal. Where's Mal? Where did Mal go? Maybe Mal is deep into Final Fantasy. That or in Peach's chat, I'm not sure. Let me see. Will no? I was hoping maybe hello? Black Square? Hello? Hello? Why is there just a void here? Why is there a black void here? I don't know what that is. Hello? OBS? What is that? It's not Mix It Up. I don't know what that is. I don't know what's breaking in front of me. I don't know what the square is. Why is there an obelisk? Would that be an obelisk? Is an obelisk an orb? I feel like, yeah, I don't know what that is. Okay, it's not anything to do with that. I don't know what that is. I don't know what this is. Oh, I fixed it. It was trying to access a thing that wasn't even open. Okay. Anyway, now that we got that confusion out of the way, we should probably synthesize corners. Okay, I think it's still needs a little bit of work, but that's okay. It was Mal trying to talk to us. True, Mal is the void. Okay, so it is just after 6, and I think we made a good amount of progress. There's still a few things that I need to work on, but we got a good amount. We'll do the little scuffed random motions. But we got something. We got something. Okay. And so now we can save. And then let me see. Peach is still streaming, right? Is she? Is she not? Is Peach not streaming anymore? No! No, I was gonna raid Peach! Peach, how dare you stop streaming? Where you at? Is it just Twitch bullying me and not telling me? No! Peach hit 100 followers though. Probably work or something, maybe. I'll have to look. She only streamed for like a little over an hour. Oh no. Oh no, was she having technical gremlins? Oh no, I'll have to look at her VOD and see what happened. Okay. So I guess we'll have to raid somebody else. Amma, are you still live? I see you. No! Amma keeps eluding us. Lito's streaming, or maybe Starlord Senpai. Maybe. Oh, Lita only has one viewer? Let's see, where are they in? Route C? Ooh! Okay, so... Are they playing as... A2? I think? They're in the save file thing. Oh, they like just started. They've been streaming for 7 minutes. Okay. 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 We will raid Lita. I think that'd be fun. They just started. Okay. Let me see. What should we... Yeah, what is the raid message? The closed room was rigged from the start. And then we will raid the cookie jar. Yes. Okay. There's the raid message. Unless somebody else has a better idea for a message, I am free to take suggestions. But thank you, Eggy Buddy, for joining me today. Tomorrow, on the schedule I had planned for some art, which could either be more rigging or just doodling. I might doodle. I think I might be in the mood for some doodling. If not, we will do something else, but I am at least streaming tomorrow at noon, at noon PST. And then I'll figure out something for next week to take a break from Umineko. That or I'll just be like, you know what? We're going back in. We're going back to Rokenjima. But we'll see how it goes. But anyway, I hope Eggy Buddy has a good day. Thank you again for Case Unit for the raid. If you're still here, if you're not, that's understandable. And anybody that joined from the raid. But yeah, I will hopefully see you all tomorrow for some nice vibes. But for now, bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.